T minus 1 minute. T minus 50 seconds. T minus 40 seconds. T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What is up, people? What is up? It's the Friday night edition of just shooting the shit. You know, told you guys we were getting back on track, and here we are. So I'm going to say right off the get, I don't know about y'all, but this week has been really weird. I mean, like really weird. But, you know, I'm hoping henceforth I'm going to start to see some improvements here because I have got to start getting out of the house more, and I have got to start participating in real world activities that don't involve talking to people on the internet. So real quick. real quick. I had a friend that you guys have probably seen on one of the videos. Nikki talked me into signing up for a dating app. So I did. I signed up for Plenty of Fish. I had the occasional conversation here and there, nothing interesting, mostly just deleting stupid shit. Because the only people that were actually talking to me on dating apps were guys old enough to be my dad and my granddad. And they were of the death fat ilk. And I was just kind of like, okay, I'm just going to leave it. I don't hardly ever get notifications off there anyway. So I get a message out of nowhere from my ex-husband, who I have not been with for the last 26 years, because he has me tagged on Facebook. You know, it's one of them things, you know, after some time, you grow, you heal, you forgive each other, and then you're like, we're friends. He sends me a damn private message out the blue saying, hey, I see you're on Plenty of Fish. Maybe we need to go out sometime. No, not no, but hell to the nah. Nah. I was just like looking at this message going, first the abusive one, now the sorry one. It's like pricks of Christmas past here. It's like, what is really going on, y'all? I'm sorry. I'd rather be by my damn self than go back to a sorry one, you know? And especially not this one, because even though he's nice, he's pitiful. He's sorry. He's lazy. He wants somebody to take care of him. And I am not fixing to be his mama. Speaking of his mama hated my guts. Hated my guts. I mean, hated me with a passion. If she could have put a hoodoo curse on me, she would have done it. She disliked me that much. So, yeah, had to share that with y'all. This week has been wild, y'all. Been wild. And I'll tell you, I was like, okay, I might be able to get by. I might just keep on having them conversations, because especially after I went to the music festival, there was good-looking men all over the place. I was like, need to get me one of them. And then here we are. And the sorry ass ex-husband's talking about, hey, you want to go out sometime? Nah, bro. Not only have you not changed, but you've gotten worse since me and you stopped talking to each other all them years ago. Nope. Life's too short for a small penis. I'm sorry. Take it how you will. I mean, nobody in their right mind wants a man with a little wang.
Teeny weeny, shriveled little short man.
But that could just be me. So they're okay. Now y'all are caught up on the happenings in my world. I posted a short. I got this cute little thing to go in the pool. You're gonna have to help me name it after we're done, or if y'all get a minute, y'all want to pop over and look at the short and come back to it, y'all help me name it. I think it's cute. Anal smeezus, I am not ever going to live that down, am I? But it is what it is. Hi, love. Hi, Nutty. Hi, 31 Frames. How are you? Good to see you. Oh, yes, Mash. Miss Mash is going to be lurking tonight. She said she's not feeling up to coming on here and acting a fool with us, but that's okay. That's okay. She'll get back to us eventually. Everybody gets a little under the weather. Hi, Lainey. How are you, sweetheart? I love me some Asian food, but Chantal put me off it today now watching how moldy long hair tofu is made. Yep, I'm good. No Asian food for me in the near future. Girl, you don't ever want to know how that stuff is made because I can guarantee you it is never appetizing to watch. Hi, Mouse Toes. Look at you. Mona V, how are you? Good to see you. Vanessa, holy smokes, that's a sight for sore eyes right there, y'all. Girl, where you been? It's been a little minute since you've been through here. Hi, Hokey. How are you, Hokey doll? Man, I'm seeing a lot of beautiful faces in here. Reject. How are you, baby? Good to see ya. Oh, let's see. And Inferno, you going to want to come up and talk after a while, Inferno? I'm kind of opening this up to everybody, as it were. Because, we're just going to talk a bunch of shit tonight. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to start off on ALR real quick, and then we'll get into some foodles, and we'll throw down on the foodles open chat style. I didn't think you turned me down, and that's open to any and all. Even if we don't end up stay talking on the foodles, we can still start talking on the foodles and transition to other stuff. But in the meantime, I wanted to kind of warm us up and bring us in with some pretty low-grade bullshit. Shout out to Bottle, because Bottle is doing the Lord's work out here. Because, can't nobody's stomach sitting through her. At least Bottle makes her interesting.
Vlog, so
that's the exact response that I have inside, to be honest with you.
Today is my third semaglutide injection, and I'm not really sure what else today has.
What is going on? Hang on. There we go. I was having technical difficulties for a second there.
So I guess we'll see. So I'm super excited about that. And I just wanted to pop in on here and say, hey. And I am feeling so much like mental lightness because I have been so worried the last few weeks because of like what's been going on with me.
What is wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
And turns out it's a 6 millimeter kidney stone.
Kidney stones, also known as renal calculus, are hard, small masses of crystals that can form inside the kidneys.
I'm a little nervous about that, and I still don't know what to do about it because my urologist appointment isn't until November.
But if you continue to feel the pain that spreads to the lower belly and groin, then do visit your doctor as soon as possible.
So I'm actually probably more than likely going to call my doctor and say, can you refer me to someone else that can see me sooner? Because we need to figure out how am I going to pass this kidney stone. So yeah, anyways.
I'm gonna take this off because that's about all I wanted to see of that. Way to go, Moby Thick. You just basically took on the role of Ahab and speared yourself square on out of function with salt. Way to go. Way to go. Way to go. Goes back to you can either be the hero or the villain in this story, and you decide to play both. How are you gonna sit there and get all upset about this? I'm going to bring Inferno up here. Let's talk about this renal calculi, y'all, because this right here, she making it sound like it's nothing.
Well, I mean, as we just saw from the floating syphilis fairy, it might just be nothing.
Just to give y'all a size comparison here, I found one earlier. Where was it? Where'd it go?
Smeezus, I didn't even really say anything yet. That's not fair. You actually have to get evidence before you call the police on me.
All right. Y'all see this quarter right here? Just to give y'all a little size comparison here. Everybody and their brother has held a quarter in their hand at some time. That is a 6 millimeter kidney stone.
It's very yellow.
Yeah. It's because it's being soaked in urea, so it's going to be yellow. Another one. Okay.
Yo, imagine getting a bag of those and then like intentionally mis-selling them for China White.
Anal smeezes. Chantal's tooth. It annoyed me too, Mash. That's why I wanted to talk about it. Cry me it right. Moby Thick over here has tranked herself, speared her kidney square in the gut with damn salt. All those lovely, illustrious diet sodies that she loves to inhale, even though she swears up and down she don't. Tell me, if she's such a water drinker, why she'd have a damn kidney stone this huge?
She has hard water.
Oh, bullshit.
I tried. After that, I don't know.
Bullshit. Okay. It says it's the color of Foodie's teeth. That's true. That's a lot of calcified stuff to come through your urethra. It absolutely is, but realistically, the ureters are going to be more of a problem than the urethra, because on females, the urethra is only about 1 inch long. It's going to be the ureters that are about 6 inches long that are going to be a problem for her. Yeah. So, as somebody who's had a kidney stone in the past, you know what I don't have problems with no more? Kidney stones.
And the best way to stop those is destroy your kidneys, everyone.
SH, I love it. They are incredibly painful. They don't look really that bad when you look at them on imaging, but on pictures like this, but when you touch them, y'all ever had those little stickers that stick to your socks and everything, and they look like little sea urchins, how they got the prongs on them? That's basically what a kidney stone looks like. If you were to blow it up and look at it magnified, you're going to see a bunch of those little spines and those little pricklies, and that's why it hurts, because it is tearing shit up on the inside while it moves. It is like having a little ball of razor blades floating around in there. And yes, it is absolutely painful. But yes, she did that shit to herself. Inferno said, she says, did your name say crack party diva?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. See? Says crack. Oh, see? Says crack party diva.
SH is like, oh, they're like hitchhikers. Yeah, I guess you could equate it that way. If they're very intrusive, they're very painful to get rid of.
They sound horrible. I've never had one.
They are. I have only had one, and it was literally the third or fourth week of nursing school. Mm-hmm. And I had weight loss surgery like 7-8 months before that. And it was still early enough in that I could eat something and it would upset my stomach and it would, bleh. Yeah. So that's fairly normal in the first year. So I didn't think anything of it. I just figured what I had for lunch tore my stomach up, which was really weird because it was just like cucumber salad, but that's just the way it goes. You could eat the same thing for breakfast for 7 days, the same thing for lunch for 7 days, and the same thing for dinner, the same 3 meals for 7 days straight, and guaranteed one of those days one of those meals is going to cause you to lose your cookies because it just flat don't like you.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, and that's just the way it goes until your body kind of gets back to a normal, and that's what I thought it was. And I went into the instructor's office and was like, does either of y'all have any Tums? And they're like, you need to sit down. And I'm like, no, I'm fine. I just need some Tums. And as soon as I said that, it hit me. I had me bent over. They practically had to carry my ass to the car. It hurt that bad. I have never gone through nothing that painful before, including surgery. Surgery didn't even hurt that bad.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah, it was awful, 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 awful. And I was just like, oh, man. Let's see who we got here. I see some people. Hey, Wander. What you doing, honey bunch?
Actually, I just realized that's there. Okay.
And Camps, hi, Camps. Yep, that's exactly what I was saying, Camps. Basically, she's harpooned herself with her diet soda. I watched a coworker beg for death while he passed one. It's usually worse on men passing them because y'all's urethra is like super long in comparison to ours.
Genetics for you.
Well, I mean, just the way y'all are designed. I mean, women are more likely, you guys are not nearly as likely to get like a UTI or something like that than we are because our urethra is so incredibly short. It's easy to push bacteria back into the bladder.
That makes sense.
You guys go through hell getting rid of kidney stones. You want to talk about men questioning all their life choices? That's the quickest way. Look at Camps. I'm proud of my super long urethra.
My life choices are fine. No kidney stones. Doing good. Doing
so
good.
far, make sure
Yeah.
y'all hydrate, please. Hydrate.
I'll get to hydration in a little bit.
Yeah, something. And the crazy thing is she's acting like it's no big deal, but now that it's her, all of a sudden we want to demand that the urologist see us early. Bitch, why weren't you worried about that a year ago? Why weren't you worried about that 6 months ago when you was developing that fucking tumor of a kidney stone, heifer?
This is ALR. That's really all I could say.
I know, but at the same time, though, it's like Moby Thick over here, be thick in the head. Let's just ignore every prospective health problem until it creates a problem, and now it's everybody's fucking problem. You know. Well, there's that too, Camps. I'm at the point right now where I say the same thing. The problem is that realistically, honestly, she ain't gonna be able to get rid of that kidney stone. She ain't gonna be. They're gonna have to go in there after it. They're gonna have to go in there to get rid of it. I don't rightly see her getting rid of it on her own.
How big did you say her kidney stone, ALR's kidney stone was again?
Millimeter.
And that was the same size that was sitting on that quarter, right? Approximately.
Yep. Here
we'll have to go in for surgery on that.
Yep. Anything above 6 millimeters, they usually have to go in there after them.
Oh my Lord. Like, you'd honestly think nowadays there'd be a magic potion to get rid of that because it's all urine related, you know, but.
I mean, look at that. The damn thing is bigger than Washington's whole face. If they had moved over, his face would be gone.
Or covered in kidney stone, depending on how you angle the kidney stone. Because if you turn that thing over, you've got enough for the chin off that bottom there. And then you can ride the rest along the hairline.
And see, this is the reason why they go after them usually. Because they end up plugging up the urethra. The ureter, I mean to say. If they don't end up going in after it, she's gonna at the very least, she'll probably have to have some lithotripsy, you know what I'm saying? Where they just kind of go in and beam some waves through it and kind of break it up into smaller ones. Yep.
Oh, they have sonics for that?
Yep. They use it's called lithotripsy. And lithotripsy, what they do is they blast it with radio waves, a type of radio wave, and it will kind of make it blow apart within the kidney into smaller stones so that she can urinate it out. But, you know.
Are they doing this like ultrasound? Like, that's the only thing I could think that would work like that. But okay.
Yeah. It's a type of, it's not exactly ultrasound, but it's a type.
Okay.
See,
So
that's
yes, everybody be worried about ALR's kidney stone. Everyone, right now.
okay. Because that is not my area. I don't do radiology. This says it sends ultrasound, so a type of ultrasound, ultrasonic energy or shock waves directly to the stone, first located with a fluoroscope, which is a type of X-ray movie.
Okay.
And then the shock wave from the ultrasound will bust it down into smaller pieces. It's still not going to make it any less uncomfortable.
That all sounds ouch. Like that does all of it.
Right there. Nutty, not my kidney, not my problem. Thank you. But it's like I listened to that and I literally in my head screamed the way that little girl screamed at the beginning of that video, because it's like, you're a moron. Do you have any idea what you're gonna have to go through to get that resolved? Probably not.
No, I doubt she would even put that into mind until a doctor told her, and then she'll just ignore that. So.
Oh yeah. So that's my little rant on Moby Thick over there trying to harpoon her kidney. So yeah.
Kidney stones 1, ALR 0.
Thus far.
Yeah.
I had an ultrasound for my gallbladder last year. I forgot to ask if she could see my poop and how much I had. It's too expensive to do it again just for the poop, just to see poop for fun. Actually, you get a better visualization of that with CT scan. Believe it or not, you actually get to see whole chunks all the way down.
CT, short for crap TV scan.
There you go. She says, serve blasted into smaller pieces. That means that she has to pass more than one now. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what that means.
Don't they check that after they blast it to see how big stuff is, to see if they have to do it again?
Well, usually they can do something as simple as an X-ray to see how many it's been broken down into, because those calculi, they have enough of a buildup of denseness to it that it'll show up on an X-ray. Now, whether or not they'll show up on her X-ray because of the massive padding around her ass is an entirely different story. But
X-rays are not good enough to get through her ass.
Yeah. But so she says, what about MRI to see poop or to see calculi? Because you can see both. I had my gallbladder out in 2022 and I had 47 stones in it. Holy hell, man. How were you even upright? That had to hurt. Ooh, Jesus. In my 30s went and had an ultrasound for gallbladder, which ended up fine, but told me I've lived my whole life with one kidney. Good to know. That's interesting. Definitely make sure you're flushing your kidney out, then, love, because you want to keep that thing as healthy as you can for as long as humanly possible.
Isn't there a thing where people are born with one slightly larger than usual kidney sometimes instead of two?
Well, I have seen people have two where one is bigger than the other.
Okay.
I've seen one, but it is usually kind of an enlarged one because it's kind of doing the work of two. I'm so glad that made you laugh, Reject. Y'all know I'm usually more funny when I'm not trying to be funny. It's usually just me talking shit. That's when y'all tend to get the most amusement out of things. So,
We're close to shit right now, so.
Yeah. I have to have an MRI on my lower back. I don't want people to see my poo, or maybe I should mail a copy of my MRI to Mr. Salad. Oh, he would probably pay you for it. He would frame it and put it on a light box in the living room. No question.
Other people have dirty magazines and dirty pictures. He's got MRI poop shots.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No doubt about it. So, y'all, I know I said it. I'm going to say it again. this is not just necessarily limited to me and Inferno. He was just brave enough to come up here. If anybody else wants to come up and just talk some shit for a little bit, you're more than welcome to pop up, pop down, whatever. But we're gonna get into foodles here because we're gonna start. Let's start with the first off. We're not using hers, and I didn't clip it down, so we're gonna borrow one. Who is
Okay.
from Queen of What the Fuck, because she's the bomb like that. She's another one out here doing the Lord's work here.
Agreed.
Give her a sub, give her a like, leave her a dirty message, something, show her some love.
Are you sure about the dirty message part?
Not a literal dirty message.
Oh.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, you have food in front of you. Shocker.
I can't with the toddler.
I honestly, every time I see her pics ever since Rama Rage 2023 ended, all she's been doing is mimicking Pissy Poo's deal with taking pics for thumbnails. It's all I see.
Basically.
Yeah.
Not even whenever you can, baby, because you know we will be up here for a little minute because it takes us a good long while to get through stuff, especially when we get to talking about stuff off in the left field.
Mm-hmm. Come play with us, Nutty.
Inferno's real good for that. He's real good at derailing me.
I live in left field. You guys come visit me over there. It's like that. So.
But you know why that tray's so high up. She don't want to have to worry about missing her mouth.
She's hiding food under that tray. No, she's putting the food on the top, and then she's got the backup food for the cutscenes.
That too, but you know right off the get-go, I mean, let's be realistic here. If it weren't for the tray table, she'd be sitting on her stomach right here to try not to have food miss her mouth.
That may actually be on her stomach right now.
I think so.
Hello, everybody. More takeout. I'll show you
Big
guys
shock.
my half. Because I'm not eating all of this. I used to eat all of this.
You still do.
Chicken breast.
All right, and then half of that container's going in there.
Yeah.
So this it's only a cup and a half of rice. You a lying hoe.
She only took about a quarter to maybe about a
Nope.
half-ish. Okay, she barely took half of that out.
Greens.
Like them greens cancel out the rest of it. That to me is I can't with the logic.
They're magic greens.
I guess so.
Yeah, it's like coming off. Actually, I've been eating, like before this, I drank the Unicity fiber drink. Anything you eat will be coated with like fiber.
That's not the equivalent to Urine City. That is not. I'm sorry, that is not. That's crap.
That packet only has 3 grams of fiber in it, which is the equivalent of basically a small sweet potato. Actually, sweet potato as a whole has more fiber in it than that packet does.
It's still brave you even bothered to try that stuff. Like I anytime you bring it up very particularly, my mind goes back to the video and it's just like, oh God, you didn't.
I was trying to save people from gagging a maggot, so.
No, you did right, but I'm still hoping to God there's no long-term effects.
No.
Like tentacles or like a need for human blood. Okay, yeah.
None of that, So, I mean, ideally, I don't know. I'd be a liar if I said I wouldn't be able to eat half of the rice in one sitting. Chicken and rice is my favorite meal. Well, I mean, realistically, I could tell you the truth. I mean, I could eat, I could eat that, no problem, but it would take me hours because the rice by itself, even once you eat it, it still continues to absorb fluid in the stomach. It swells, continues to swell. That's why rice and potatoes and bread are so incredibly cheap, because they're filling. And I can tell you from watching how they produced food in jails and prisons. It's all carbohydrates because carbohydrates are cheap. They're filling. You're going to stay full for a while. Now, for her, stretched out stomach and all that on top of it, probably not. Being that I'm an uncontrolled raging diabetic, foodie is my hero. Camps, you got to get that under control, my guy.
You have a statue of foodie standing on a pile of food with like a Canadian flag in it.
Let me write that down. I still got a few shirts to put together.
Totally fair. Totally fair. I don't care if you want to use that. Have fun. Like, but no, I mean, for everything she's eating, that entire plate she pulled out, I could probably pull off eating the chicken and about 2/3 of that rice, and that's all I'm eating for the day.
I could probably do, without question, I could do the chicken.
Mm-hmm.
I could probably take out the salad greens that she's got on there and maybe just a little bit of the rice.
Okay.
Because that would be, I mean, the chicken by itself has got to be about 6 ounces or 8 ounces. And that's kind of pushing it for me. Because honestly, I think I can eat maybe about anywhere between 12 and 14 ounces right now in one sitting.
All right.
So, I mean, but that's post-surgery, years post-surgery. Now, you could probably handle all that. You'd be ready.
The rice actually would be just going over the edge. Like, I'd probably be able to do about 2/3 of that rice, not necessarily all of it, but like I wouldn't be eating for the rest of the day, period. Like, we'll be talking like maybe about 4 hours after I wake up the next day is when I'll probably register being hungry again.
Yeah. I was saying, you'd be ready to get horizontal for a while. You'd be ready for temporary coma.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah.
Where's the day-old veggies? Well, she took her little handful of them greens and lumped it off to the side like she was doing something.
Also, those the veggies she got on the last grocery haul, that's for refrigerator decor. That's it. That stuff doesn't get eaten.
Absolutely. And her face is still lopsided. I'm curious if it's due to heart failure. There's no question about it. If you look at her hands, both of her hands are the same way. One of her the same side as the facial swelling. Left hand is more noticeably enlarged than the right hand. She's got heart failure. She's been diagnosed with that a long time, and she keeps fucking around, and it's going to bite her in the ass. Did you hear her claim the Unimate coats the stomach in fiber? She's such an idiot. She is. Yeah, and that's the same claim that she was making before when I went through the whole what was that? What would we call it?
Ordeal?
The guinea pig ordeal, where I gagged that shit down to try to see if it was even worth a damn. And not only did it not do anything, but
so you didn't feel your stomach coated in fiber, is what you're telling me.
Yeah. All it really did was make me question all my life choices. Oh, trust me, I know. We're working our way to that. Right. Camps, smart man. Camps is up to speed on what's going on. He knows. You've been listening to me for a little bit, ain't you? Hey, Joanna. She is fat, but she's swollen too.
It's also really hot out.
That too.
Yeah.
Actually, have a scholar article that I'm going to share with you guys one of these days.
One of these days.
They don't have brown rice at this restaurant, but it's mostly white basmati. But basmati has a lower glycemic index. So my doctor I saw said, for white rice, that's the best choice.
No, it's still okay.
She doesn't go to a doctor, I'm convinced.
I'm just going to say this. As somebody who is strictly low carb, and I am perpetually trying to maintain something on the low end and trying to weigh the protein versus the carbohydrate level, no rice, including brown rice, is going to be great for you. Oh, look. Hi, Skinny.
Skinny.
Skinny will come talk shit. Come on, Skinny. You know you want to.
Come play with us.
Skinny will come talk trash with us. And Skinny's on a weight loss journey right now too, just like I am. So me and her, this is on a whole level for us.
Blondie, Dr. Hibbert would be way more competent than whatever the hell she's been seeing.
Well, we're going to get to that because she brings up a doctor talking about breakfast, and we're going to have us a little sidebar on that because I knew exactly who she was talking about as soon as she said it. I was like, this bitch right here.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, really?
I still don't believe she's going to the doctor. Like, I just don't.
Oh, come on. Don't hurt my feelings.
If we're a patient, she'll show up. We're good. We're good.
I do think, honestly, Camps, that she probably would count that as an overall weight loss because that'll put her down. That'll put her down some pretty sizable poundage, you know. Girl, them things ended up in the refrigerator. Them things is gone for hey, they're gonna be in the refrigerator till they end up in the garbage.
Yeah.
We're gonna keep going.
Well, people don't know the difference between good carbs and bad carbs. My blood sugars are better than ever.
Correct.
Shut up. Woo.
Hi, Kevin Costner.
Kevin Costner could get it. That's a good looking man. Just saying.
I guess. Sorry to be a buzzkill on this one, but heterosexuality is going to do that to you sometimes.
Y'all, real quick, I'm going to let this play through because let me take this cow off the screen for a second. So,
please,
real quick, the part that I did not get on video, we had my niece's boyfriend like beat red from the time that we left the concert on the second night straight through to back to the house because me and my cousin started having conversations about these men that were up on stage singing, and I was like, "Yep, Billy Currington can get it." She was like, "I don't know." She's like, "Yeah, he might could." And then she's like, "I don't know. I kind of like Morgan Whalen. Morgan Whalen could get it." And then it turned into both my aunts being involved. So from that point, we were walking to the car having whole conversations about men that could get it. And yeah. Now, mind you, he's like, she turned 29 today, and he is 33. He's a nice fella, super nice fella. He's a good old country boy, just as easygoing.
Cool.
And we got in the car, and Kayla's sitting there just like, because she don't know what to do. Because we over here talking about, oh yeah, Idris Elba could absolutely get it. And my Aunt Belle's like, whoo, Jason Statham could absolutely get it. I mean, it turned into a whole thing. He did not know what to make of us. So by the end of the weekend, when I was telling all of them bye, I hugged his neck. I said, welcome to the family, sir.
And now you better tell us that Jason Statham can get it.
Oh, Jason Statham could absolutely get it. That's a good man too. Woo. There's just some man that just, we was having the whole hall pass conversation. Like I was asking both my aunts, who's y'all's hall pass? And they were like, well, what is that? I had to even explain what it was for them because, they not into all that. Look. Ah! There she is.
Skinny.
What's up, girl? So yeah, it turned into a whole explanation of what a hall pass was, and my Aunt Belle tickled me to no end because she was like, probably if I had to say, she's like, it would probably be what'd she say? Clint Eastwood. Back back in the day, Clint Eastwood, I said, "Oh, you want to get dirty with Harry?"
Or Silver Foxed.
Oh well, yeah, but
Yeah.
she was saying back in the day, younger one.
Outlaw Josie Wales area, like that kind of back in the day.
Probably, yeah,
Okay.
probably, yeah. So yeah, it turned into a whole thing. So that whole Kevin Costner thing turned into a whole thing on here now. So, and see, we got people on here going. Mine would be Daniel Craig, Josh Duhamel. I don't even know who that is. That must be I don't even know. I'm gonna have to look that one up. I don't even know who that is.
I've never heard of that. I have to actually pull up my other device because I can't see the chat right now. But hello, everybody. Hello, Salty.
Hi.
Hello, Inferno. Thank you for having me on tonight.
Skinny.
Yes, I'm trying to be. Anyway, it's
Y'all
been
good,
a
y'all good.
process.
Okay,
It's-
Josh Duhamel plays one of the army guys in Transformers.
Oh.
He plays in. Let me find one that people might know. He's been in a bunch of stuff though.
Was he also in G.I. Joe by chance?
Hang on. I see a bunch. I see all the Transformers. Let's see. Hang on. I don't see him in G.I. Joe, but he's been in a fair amount of stuff. He is a nice looking man though. I don't fault you that. I don't fault you that, Grandma Smurf. Tear him up, girl.
Billy D. Williams, hell yeah.
Billy D. Williams. We going throwback. Oh, SH Canby, you picked the worst possible one. You know he's going through a whole round of celibacy thing right now. He's been celibate for like 6 years.
Oh wow.
Who is that?
Lenny Kravitz.
Oh.
Actually,
Candy wants to break the celibacy. That's all. That's
oh,
okay.
no joke. Hey, most hetero women with a pulse probably would, because that's a good looking man too, for real. Actually, right now, Lenny Kravitz and Ice-T are going back and forth at each other because Ice-T was making fun of Lenny Kravitz, saying that he was weird. And people were coming after Ice-T being hardcore, like, bro, look at him versus look at you. He's celibate and he's 60, and look at this man. This is a good-looking man.
Honestly, I think if Lenny Kravitz wrote Cop Killer, it would have been a different story.
Well, I mean, most people know him from the Hunger Games.
Even still.
He was nice looking in the Hunger Games, too. That's okay. He's pretty man.
Oh, I love the Hunger Games.
Yes. I'll tell you, Skinny, who my pick on there is, and it ain't Lenny Kravitz. It's Finnick.
No, I don't remember. You'll have to remind me which one. That names I'm bad with.
The blonde guy with the trident.
Okay.
Woo,
Yeah.
and the cheekbones. Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm talking about. Pretty man. All right.
I have not watched that movie probably since the first 2 years it came out, so it's been a while.
Well,
I saw the Riff Tracks version.
The only reason I even remember, like, I like to watch movie reactions. Like if I don't have anything going on and I just want something to watch, that's what I'll do. I'll pick a reaction channel that I've seen that I haven't gone through their videos yet, and I'll backtrack and watch all of the real major ones.
Yeah.
Like if they watch Terminator, I got to watch it. If they watch Aliens, I got to watch it. And, all those really good ones, and the Hunger Games ones is always in series like that. So I'll run through those. But yeah, love me some Finnick.
Mm-hmm.
Help it. Can't help it. All right, let's talk some trash, y'all. Let's talk some trash. There's your girl.
Meanwhile, in the gutters of Kuwait.
Hey,
There's my BFF, Chantel. Love her so much. Yeah, right.
The breeding may be poor, but so is the quality.
Did they, Grandma Smurf? Lenny Kravitz's parents starred in the Jeffersons TV show. I'm gonna have to look that up.
They did?
I'm gonna have to look that up because that's wild. I want to see what his mom and what his folks look like because they produced them some good. They got some good gene swapping going on between the two of them.
I like the Jeffersons when I was a kid, so for me, it's just whoa, really? But yeah,
Huh.
Explains why he's a little on the wild side, I guess. All right, let's go on with this foolishness.
So yeah. Actually, one of the worst things you can also eat for breakfast, and this is going to surprise you, but I saw a video from a doctor. And because anything high in saturated fat might not spike your blood sugar right away, but in the long run, it actually contributes to insulin resistance.
You want to know who she's talking about?
whatever she eats for breakfast is what she talks about.
And I did a whole section of a video on him because this one right here is full of shit. Right there. Shut up.
Dr. Frigidaire.
Dr. Berg is not.
Yeah.
Dr. Berg hasn't been a licensed doctor for years. Dr. Berg calls himself a doctor simply because he finished medical school.
He's a quack.
He is a fucking quack.
Oh, that's not good.
And this is who she's basing her knowledge off of.
Does he have a TikTok?
She's always been doing, like, from the start of her channel, I will tell you this, she has been researching these quack doctors, these quack, getting information from these far off, out of sight sites.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, this has been her since day one.
Well, she can lie easier with that wacky information because she's just still doing it anyway.
He actually lost his license for practicing outside of his scope, which means he claimed that he invented all these different things and that he's doing all these different things, but it's none of which that he's licensed to do. That's why he lost his license.
Okay. That's pretty bad.
Right there. Anything to suit her narrative, though.
Right.
But what he specializes in is he specializes in fasting. So him talking about eating breakfast, he's not talking about not eating breakfast or not talking about eating eggs and bacon and how they're bad for you. What he's talking about is changing your window from a 16 and 8 to a 20 and 4 to cut back on how much cortisol your body releases right before you have breakfast. I listened to this video.
Yeah.
All right.
So here we are. She skimmed it. She saw the steak and eggs on the front of it.
She's so lazy, she can't even finish the whole video.
It's a 6-minute long video. 6 minutes.
Is that our freebie video for the community because it's not 8 or longer?
So yeah, yeah, see, it sounds kind of like Foodie's doctor.
She should know better. We have the best detectives in Girl World. They're always going to figure out what she's looking at, where she goes. She should know better.
He is strictly keto. He's keto. He does nothing but keto dieting, and he talks about fasting. That's his thing. All of his videos fall into that niche.
Yo, Hannibal.
Oh, come on, Hanny.
Come play with us.
Come on, we'll get us a whole thing going. Let's do it. Let's do this. But this kills me. That this shit like this that is what brought me on here to begin with, is the fact that she completely misrepresents that. The fact is that 90% of people who go full on carnivore and that's what they eat all fucking day, their weight drops. They have a lot more mental clarity. They're overall healthier than they would be if they had been just keto or dirty keto. They're full on carnivore. So the fact that she's using this when she obviously didn't watch it. It pisses me off. Eggs
Right.
and steak are going to be infinitely healthier than the shit that she's scooping off of that plate and shoving into her head.
Absolutely.
And skinny,
And if she wanted to be like, if she wanted to even, let's just go by her theory, then add a piece of multi-grain toast to it. You know, add like a half a slice or one small slice of. I don't think carbs are bad. Like, in fact, with diabetics, you actually need some carb.
well, everybody really needs some carbs. Your brain
Yeah,
to have a particular amount, but what she's delved into on this plate here is far surpassing anything that her body is capable of processing.
absolutely.
You know, and that's why I said let's bring you up here because you're in the middle. Me and you both were on opposite. I think we're on like I've got like a little bit left that I'm trying to get rid of, and you're still in the process of working you're whittling your way down.
Yes, I am.
But we are both in this zone in relation to okay, I'm going to eat healthy. I'm making better choices. I'm going to weigh my food. I'm going to do all that stuff because I want to find the appropriate balance.
You know what Foodie thinks? Foodie
Oh.
thinks if she drinks Unicity before every meal, she can eat as many carbs as she wants. That's what she thinks.
I know, and I don't know if you were in here when I said it. That Unicity packet has exactly 3 grams of fiber in it.
It coats your stomach in fiber.
She would probably get more fiber out of a sweet potato.
Right.
So it's like, and there you go. Granny Noodle said it. Metamucil is cheaper. Just saying.
Yeah, and doesn't Metamucil have more fiber in it?
Yes, and honestly, after Skinny, I don't know if you saw it, but I tried all of those.
I did remember. I think I did see some of.
And I almost guarantee you that Metamucil tastes better.
Yeah, because you can buy. Well, you can buy the. Can't you buy the flavored and unflavored of Metamucil?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
it
you
costs less
can
than
add
Unicity
it.
does.
You can just add the Metamucil to like a bowl of oatmeal or cream of wheat or whatever you want to add it to.
Put it in your coffee.
Yeah. Oh, I've done that before. When I have used it. I don't use it frequently, but you know, just on occasion.
Well, I mean, and ideally, it's probably best that you don't use it all the time because eventually it's kind of like those people that do have ED that use supplements like that, or they use like the mag citrate or the Dulcolax and all that stuff to keep them emptied out. Eventually, the more you use it, your body can actually become dependent on it and it doesn't work as well. So
That's true.
good thing that you're not doing that very often.
No.
That's one of those I'm backed into a corner and I ain't got no other options sort of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like the Miralax. Mm-hmm.
You want to try to get your nutrition through food and not like those kind of supplements anyways.
Mm-hmm.
If you can. Some people can't.
Some people can't, I agree, but there of course are other things that you can put into place that'll supplement the fiber versus doing that.
Yes.
You know. And that's she irks me. She irks me with this foolishness. Let's keep going though. Jesus, let's keep going.
Because saturated fats are actually responsible for blocking whatever it is like that opens the cells up to absorbing glucose. Look it up. Yeah, I do know a lot about nutrition. Just because I struggle with food and eat poorly doesn't mean I don't know that it's bad for me. Like, a lot of people don't know about nutrition either if they think that good carbs are bad for you.
Nobody said that good carbs are bad for you.
Right.
Yeah. That wasn't the problem here.
We said moderation is the problem.
It absolutely is. There you go. Thank you, Blondie. That's exactly the reason why I wanted to talk about it, because that's all this is. It is all medical misinformation on her part. Her talking about solid, healthy proteins being bad for the body is bullshit. And her trying to justify this shit on a shingle that she's shoveling into her head, it just pisses me off. I mean, that's the main thing that keeps me delved into this world altogether, is the fact that she is telling people this shit, and there are people in her audience that will be dumb enough to believe it because they believe her bullshit.
Right.
Yeah.
Hi, mama. Little mama has come through to give you a butt show.
Yo, cat.
Don't be a girl.
Hey.
They have a lot of fiber. Fiber is like very important. Google, you're very uneducated, so you're wrong. How is this enough rice to feed a family, Debbie? Get the hell out of here, you friggin' weirdo. It's probably a cup and a half of rice.
It's definitely more than that.
Definitely.
Maybe at the moment, now that she shoveled half of it in, but she had a hell of a lot more than that when she started.
She sure did.
She's gonna eat that off camera too.
Salad, chicken, and rice.
She had the backup rice under the table.
Oh yeah.
No, Gandhi. I have a lot of visas, so you can get out of here. No one cares what you think.
Oh, back to this.
So I've been said it, and Skinny can agree with me because she does not view anybody past this camera as real people.
No.
She doesn't.
It's also somewhere between being private and being public with her. There's some kind of weird like crossover point with all this that's just like, it's private, it's public.
Well, to me, like, and Skinny is actually a really good gauge on this, because even though Skinny had a actual one-to-one off of stream line of communication with her, she still didn't view Skinny as a person. It was
No.
it was ones and zeros for her. It was attention. It was something for her to do with her hands that didn't involve putting food in her mouth. So it doesn't really shock me that she continues on that train of thought, because she doesn't see them, any of them, as real unless they're actually in her face.
Right, exactly. Exactly. And it's very Chantal is very, how should I say it? Only for her and her needs, and she doesn't value anybody.
No.
Doesn't value anybody.
Unless they're useful to her in some way.
Yes.
Wait, she's already financially appraised all of us, though. That's the thing.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, even when that whole situation with Cabela, excuse you, when that whole situation was Sally and Cabela kicked off, she called her a broke bitch, saying that she couldn't afford memberships. So that right there that puts, if you can pay my memberships, you have more value, which means I'll give you more. I'll give you more of my attention than if you didn't.
Yeah,
exactly.
Everybody has a grading scale with her. It seems there's a level.
She thinks she's literally above most people, to be honest with you. And while she does have insecurities about herself, she has this grandiose, like, vision of herself as being better than most.
Well, I'm going to say this. She better be glad that there's no position that ever put me and her in proximity of each other, or I'd be above her. I'd be looking at her ass laid out on the ground. I'd be above her.
Right.
She could beat me at food. I know that much.
Oh, I think she could beat anyone at food, and I like to eat, but I watch her and I'm like, oh my god, like it's unreal at times, really.
It is, and realistically, and I've said this, and you already know, if Sala can make a couple of bucks donating her body to science, he will.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta hide a body.
I want. Well, that'll be the quickest way to do it. Ship her off and let somebody case study her. Bam. What up, Henny?
Yo, Hannibal.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Inferno. Hi, Salty. I'm good.
Yo, you missed cute guy talk earlier.
Yeah,
pretty sure I'm okay without cute guy talk.
Yeah, we had us a little run of dudes that could get it.
Jason Statham and Lenny Kravitz were the winners of all of this.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this was not a conversation for me.
Yeah.
I sat through it. Like,
Hey,
Choices, bro. Choices.
He
Hey,
handled it like a champ, though. He handled
one of
it
us
like
are a crack party diva, okay? So I'm doing fine.
but you do got to say this, and I don't know if you saw it, Skinny. We had Pete turning shades of red too. He was getting a little red in the face. He was like,
How do I respond to this? Like,
That's true.
That's literally it. How do I respond to this?
Okay, so is this
he
Foodie's
just
latest
started
video?
smoking. He was like,
Like right now, for example, like right now.
he was like trying so hard not to.
I
If
really
it
did.
makes you feel any better, Pete, you could get it.
I don't want Jason Statham or Lenny Kravitz. Like, I don't know if you can give permission for them for me either. I don't know.
No, I'm talking about me. If it makes you feel any
Okay.
better, you could get it.
Oh, word up. Looks like I'll be taking a trip to Florida.
ooh, what's going on here?
I'm
Lenny
laughing at
Kravitz
Grateful
and
Life.
Lenny Kravitz and Jason Statham have done their magic. We're good.
Okay.
See, we a whole bunch of fools when we together, and that's why doing stuff like this is nothing but a good time.
Absolutely.
Crack party diva, yo. Crack party
Yeah.
diva. That's right.
Yeah. All right, let's continue on with this ham beast over here, y'all.
Oh, my question was: is this her latest video, or is this the one where she's hiding the rice under the table?
This is
I
the
can
one
just
where
do
she's
that.
hiding the rice. We're just skimming it.
She hides rice under the table every video, Hannibal. Where you been?
Yeah.
She got a whole platter up underneath that
I
table.
try not to look under the table, Skinny.
That's lucky rice. That's all lucky rice.
Lucky rice. What?
Yeah, it helps you get through eating all of the rice. It's lucky rice. You put some under the table so you can eat all of it. Yeah.
I mean, okay, sure.
Yeah. Trust me, it's just lucky rice. We're good.
I'm with salty.
Not fat.
Run it.
It'll be here. We'll speed her ass up too. But we'll jump to the next one because I know that's the one you wanting to see.
Is Kyrene? Go read a fucking book on nutrition. Yeah, I did look up today. Salad. What kind of even is that supposed to be an insult? Turning his name into salad. You sound like a 5-year-old. When you really think about it, it's so.
It's what he
You know how
tosses, honey.
You know how ridiculous she sounds by all the things that have been said about Salah, and she's gonna go off about this. Somebody's calling him salad.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
shit boy. You know what I'm
Remember,
saying?
it's racist and Islamophobic when we use it. So yeah.
Salad? Oh, it's racist and Islamophobic because that's what she don't want to eat. That's what she's running away from.
There's that, but I maybe it's just me, but I kind of prefer pickle prick.
Teeny weeny, teeny weeny, shriveled little short man.
All right. You had me dancing up here for a minute.
Hey,
Little bit.
He's not putting that anywhere on her.
because honestly, we know she has a propensity for gherkin-sized men, folks.
It's true. Whether she's paying them to lie or not, she has a propensity for men with no penis.
Right. The micro peen is real. Sorry. But
I
yeah,
think she goes for men with small ones, though.
I guess because they all those small ones can fit off into any kind of crevice, any kind of crack. So it doesn't matter if it's actually a vagina. It looks like one. Just stick it in there. Plata, done. Just lube it up a little bit, and you got it going on. Therefore, Salah, hey,
the Carnivore belly button.
That must be like fucking a side of beef.
Ew.
Yeah. Like
I don't even want to ask you how you know what effing a side of beef is like.
Crack party diva. Okay.
I'm glad. See, Skinny, that's why we get along so well. I was wondering.
Right.
That's all right, Wooly. Didn't mean to gross you out, baby. All right. Let's keep going.
There's
So
no grossing out on Salty's panel. You know that, don't you? She showed me
Yeah.
so many holes in your body. There's no grossing out over here. I'm sorry. Deal
Hey,
with that.
all I did for you was strengthen your resolve.
Yeah, the darker
Hey.
the better. That's it.
It's that nurse in her. We gotta show different holes. You know what I mean?
Well,
the
You're
case
like
lady.
us in the healthcare system. We don't mind the holes. We just don't.
right. Hey, we'll be packing up that stage 4 on a booty. Take them gloves off, wash the hands, and go eat lunch.
You
Right,
realize I've
exactly.
done everything
I don't know
that
how you could do that.
showed me. I've done a deep analysis of. So a stage 4 is like bad.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Horrible. Horrible.
Like there's
That's like
a
you're
whole
getting
cave in your
amputated.
ass right there. Yeah.
Yep.
You're about to bone at stage 4.
I'm one of them weirdos that I take the 4x4s and be wiping the bone off with it.
Ooh.
No.
Take a breath. We'll change the subject.
R word.
Now see, Shanae would be okay. She'd be safe at a stage 4.
I mean, she's got so many layers of tissue to
Yeah.
get
She's
through.
got
Stage
like
4 would just be
stage
simple for
10.
her.
You know, you'd have to be a stage 10 to get down in there.
You know that would on her that would be tunneling, just tunneled all over.
Ugh.
Shanae has a body
Sorry.
like civilization
Stick
under
your
her
arm in
skin.
there.
That's what I feel is going on.
Mm.
That wouldn't be like using a tongue depressor to kind of poke everything in the crevices. That would be you'd stick your whole hand in it and
Yeah. Yeah. Let's get back to food to eat.
This is the darkest puppet possible.
I thought you'd never say it, Hannibal. Let's get back to foodie eating.
Yeah, I know. Once in a lifetime words.
y'all mark this occasion.
You heard it here first. It's 7:33 p.m. Western time.
Yeah.
I used to eat all of this rice, all of it.
Let's get,
So just shut up.
Wait, hold on.
Well,
Was
yeah,
that
what-
chicken just not on between stuff? That chicken was whole before she had put it down there, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah.
hold
'Cause
on.
she-
Did
I know-
edit the chicken being gnawed?
I know that she at one point reached down there and she grabs a chunk off of it.
I mean, unless that thing's got teeth, she's been doing cutscenes and then eating the chicken and then going back to like the salad.
Nettie says it was half a chicken.
Mm.
With peace and love.
Tell us you're watching Jessica Messica without telling us.
Right.
Yeah, please.
Right. But she don't watch YouTube, everybody. You know, she don't
And
watch
your mama
anybody
tells
else.
the truth.
No, she
Like-
doesn't. What? Oh, sorry. She doesn't watch reaction channels at all. Yes,
Not at all.
Is
Y'all
the truth.
Hi. All y'all say hi because y'all know she gonna catch this at some point.
She is. She will. And I just shared you out. So she definitely is going to be over here.
They gonna be all kind of. Hey, I'm gonna be called all kind of inbred hicks tomorrow.
Yeah.
Everybody say hi, foodie. Hi, foodie.
Your number one foodie.
Mm-hmm. Hamburger helper makes a great meal.
Ooh,
Carb hate somewhere else because I'm tired of it. You should be eating only meat. Get a life. That's so unhealthy. Please. I'm gonna make merch that says I eat carbs. F off. What are you doing? When it's 2:30. I still more chicken. Don't eat carbs. I don't think carbs I don't think carbs are bad. Okay, so like I said, I drink a fiber drink before any meal so that it's not gonna spike my blood sugar whatsoever.
yes, it will.
And every time I take my blood sugars, they're lower than ever. So
Thank you to Janet.
I mean,
Fuck.
Let me ask you this, Salty. So I know you took the Unicity drinks, right?
Yeah, shit was disgusting, bro.
Okay, so how much is she? She's still trying to push that, right? She's still trying to say that she's drinking these drinks.
Yep.
How much is that going to help her or hurt her if she's just now getting back on her medications? You know, she's just getting on the medications to lower blood sugar. Will that affect any of that?
No, what it'll do is it's basically her substituting carbohydrates and chicken and whatever the hell else she can shove in her head with an 8-ounce glass of basically flavored fancy Metamucil under a different name. It's basically all it is.
But if she's eating or she's drinking that and then still putting in this amount of food, which let's be honest,
Her blood sugars are still going to spike.
nobody believes that she just ate this little bitty plate. We all think that she pulled that plate out from underneath her fupa, which she's keeping it warm. Fupa is a great storage place if you need to keep things warm, by the way. Anyway, she pulled
That's
that
not
out.
true.
What?
It's not true. I'm sorry. You needed to find out sooner.
Hey.
You can't keep storing things under a fupa, Hannibal.
Well,
What do
you know, she
You can't
likes
keep storing
the,
things under your fupa.
You
she,
can't.
she likes the Famunda cheese, so you know
Oh,
The what?
Famunda.
How badly do you want your food to turn into alcohol? Put it under her fupa. Okay.
What? Will that be something I can order at Subway? Can I get the foot long with the Famunda cheese?
You don't want
This is Subterranean Way, not Subway.
Oh,
the Barracuda ricotta
yeah,
Famunda cheese.
Famunda
I do
cheese.
not want that sandwich.
Troglodytes actually work at the Subway, Hannibal. That's where you got to draw the line. It's not employees anymore. It's troglodytes.
Only a Southeast channel.
True.
Hey, it's Friday. Anything goes. Anything.
Or just the next Tupperware. There's your girl, Hannibal. You
Go,
know,
Krusty.
Krusty got a thing for you.
Why should I be eating a
Hey
lunch?
there, Krusty. That's right, Krusty. Hey, Krusty.
Yeah. She's my other half, so you get 2 for 1 special. She just don't have a channel. I've tried to talk her into it. She don't
Is
want to.
that your friend?
Yep.
For real? Hey,
Then she
Krusty.
understands. Yes, the fupa
Yeah.
is the next best thing to Tupperware,
Me and her, we've been friends since the 4th grade.
and it has
Aw.
flavor.
We are all kinds of trouble when we're in the same place. All right.
So,
let it
did she
go.
just finish eating and then put lipstick on?
I think
Yes.
so. Mm-hmm.
Why?
Oh, hey, there you go, Inferno. You got you another one that can give it to you.
Thank you, Krusty. All right, Inferno's Florida trip will be entirely filmed.
Oh, that's funny.
Like, people don't have to watch it. Like, if it bothers you what I do or what I eat, you don't like watching me eat, turn the channel. No, I said no more unhealthy, huge mukbangs. But I'm also allowed to change my mind on that.
Not in front of you.
And they're red. That's why they look swollen. It's
I
called being
like the
fat.
modification there, Foodie. All of a
Hi,
sudden,
my oh my. How
You
are
went
you?
from,
My oh
I'm
my,
not-
so hello.
hey, Mike. There's no more mukbangs, but then Foodie modifies that. There's no more huge
We've gone to.
mukbangs.
We're changing our minds just as quickly as we change our drawers around these parts.
We're talking about Foodie, so that's once a month.
Hey, with that pool, she can bathe and do laundry at the same time. So we have to change our impression of this.
True. That's a good point.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, yeah,
Like
I
that
don't
pool's
think
already
it's-
turned to gin after 2 swims from her.
Ooh.
Nope.
Did you say gin?
Gin,
Well,
yeah.
Oh God.
Barbecue sauce urine.
It's the way to live.
He knows you ain't going nowhere, girl. I don't know why he giving you the side eye. God.
Oh, I'm not down. I'm very happy, actually. There's like nothing. What's there to react to? How much rice I'm eating? Does that not strike anybody as it completely idiotic to react to? Like, people.
I said it. Medical misinformation about the difference between good carbs and bad carbs and how they affect the body, and the fact that her flavored fancy Metamucil is bullshit. It has nothing really to do with the rice other than the fact that she's a moron that eats the shit. Nobody really cares. Eat more, Foodie. Eat more.
Yo, we need to get together and make a pro Jilly Juice TikTok and see if she takes it.
Make it with hot sauce, and I can guarantee you she would.
I am still yelling over the whole pool turned to gin. I just want to do that. I'm still over. I have not stopped laughing at that. You know the amount of yeast it would take for the pool to turn.
Do you know it's foodie? It's foodie. Like,
And it's that 48-hour turbo yeast that Josh is using over there, isn't it?
Oh boy.
yeah, no. Wait, well, think of it like this: she already added Skittles because salad was in the pool.
Tis true. Hey, throw him in some oranges, and man, Josh will be able to drink himself into a coma.
Puff will have a second death in that pool.
That's funny.
Put death on me. They make fun of everything about me. I can tell them to F off once in a while. Why not? I'm not making a reaction channel. I don't have the time or the want to watch any of these idiots.
With peace and love, Foodie, don't nobody believe you.
Peace
Yeah,
and love, girl. Peace and
You
love.
pay an idiot to make fun of those idiots, honey. You're full of shit.
Right.
We're supposed to be nice to enemies or whatever, but no, I still struggle with that. So I honestly don't know how people can stand to watch some of the people in Gore World and not stab their ears out. I don't get it. I don't know. One's from straight out of friggin' Deliverance. The other's from the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
If the problem is watching them, why would I destroy my ears?
Right.
Yeah, I need those. Like, what the fuck?
And see, that's the thing. That's why I said I'm gonna be calling a whole bunch of hillbillies tomorrow, because she's gonna be another one that ain't gonna be able to differentiate me from Yaba just because I've got an accent. It's coming.
Yeah.
Welcome to your new breeding alignment.
Especially since Skinny's done tagged me. I know she's been riding hard on Skinny's dick since she created a channel.
Sarah Lee was in my comments the other day. You know it.
Oh no.
Yes.
Lord have mercy.
Nobody does it like Sarah Lee, you know.
You know, of course. But Sarah Lee is the only cake getting pounded, not her.
Right.
Everyone's willing to eat Sarah Lee.
Completely destroying my snacks.
Have some gin. Like, that's all I can tell you.
Oh, that's
And
wrong.
my drinks. My snacks and my drinks are going down the drain.
Bye. Bye, baby Jane. I'm sure you'll find something better to do. Yes. A lot of them were former junkies, and a lot of them are still pizza junkies because they're obese as hell. FF Ghoul, you can tell she's obese even if she doesn't show herself. She cackles like a witch, smokes cigarettes all the time with the pets around, and furthermore, she sounds like she has a hamburger stuck in her throat. So like she's friggin' obese and she has the nerve. Okay, now I feel
You
better.
sound like Kevin's older brother on Home Alone all the time, Buzz. That's
This
who you
is-
sound like.
Projection at its
The
finest.
part that gets me is you got an active addict calling other people former addicts. Would that not mean that the former addicts are winning?
It would mean that, but the active addict doesn't understand that because she's
Right.
so busy trying to prove her point that everybody else is so much worse off than she is currently, while she's ignoring critical signs that she could be on the path to kidney failure. Let's just call it what it is. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the first thing that I see that's about to happen with her.
Yep,
Her
I'm
kidneys are going to fail
a
first.
recovering alcoholic, but I've got a pair of fully functioning kidneys. I don't have neither of my feet are discolored because of blood flow problems. That's
Right.
cool. I'll be a former addict. That's fine. I'll live to be 80 while she's dead in the next 12 months.
I like my cigarettes. That's all I could say. So,
I mean, real talk, that's the least of worries in comparison to some of this stuff that this one's into, because it's just like,
wow, yeah.
bro. I mean,
Let me just while we're here.
fire away.
22.6, 24 on your blood. I mean, your blood glucose.
Yep.
Right.
That's past critical.
Yeah.
You should be in the hospital somewhere. You're almost about to go into a coma.
Right.
Well,
Right.
There's one guy who's pulled a 130 for a blood glucose reading. It was 130 for the blood glucose reading, and he was able to survive it. So I'm guessing she's going for that record somehow.
Well, I mean,
130
my
in
goodness.
Canadian,
You
or
don't need. won't
An
get it.
MMOL or MGDL?
Whatever is supposed to be for a blood glucose reading. That's the only thing I'm aware of. If it was the 130, I think it's supposed to be it shows two numbers point whatever for your reading. Because I know there's two systems that I just don't know them any better than that.
No, I don't. Okay. Well, I mean, like 130, you can have an MGDL of 130. The MMOL reading that she gets, the 24, that's the one of MGDL of 400. So,
okay.
The 130 is not, 130 is a hell of a lot closer to normal range than the numbers that she's been getting. But, at this point,
she's quadrupled the amount of blood sugar that you're supposed to have. I mean, she's at 400 at 22, 23, 20, somewhere around there.
If she weren't hopping from provider to provider to provider, and she were actually picking one and following up with it when they went back in there, and her blood sugars are staying in a range of 200 plus, they would have her ass on insulin, or they would have her in a hospital. Because honestly, the occasional reading where it's at 16 and 10 and 9 and whatever, all this stuff that she wants so badly to hang her hat on, that's
still very high, though.
Yeah.
It's still too high. It's still too high, but it depends on when she's checked her blood sugar versus when she's taken the dose of medication. If she takes the dose of meds as soon as she sits up on the side of the bed, and then she waits an hour later to check her blood sugar, of course it's going to be skewed.
She's not doing any of that correct.
You know what I'm saying? But you see what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yes.
So, I mean, realistically, people, that's why in inpatient settings, why blood sugars are done at 6 o'clock in the morning before they get up, before they're mobile, before they put anything in their mouth. Then at 11:30 before they've had any lunch, 5:30 for dinner, 9:30 for bedtime. Whenever we're checking blood sugars, and by the one thing that she's not doing, people who are newly diagnosed, they're told to check their blood sugars 4 times a day.
She's not doing that.
No, she's not. She's checking it every other day.
Now, another thing that you just mentioned there is when you're inpatient, you got them on a schedule. You got them on.
Yeah.
You're checking it before they wake up and getting active before they sleep, because you're giving them the food. In Foodie's case, we know she's not checking her blood sugar regularly, and we know she's not doing it on a schedule. How does her sleep schedule affect this? Because she's staying up all night long.
Yeah, well, she's on a completely reverse schedule of a normal human being, which would mean that ideally, bedtime she's getting up at 5:30 in the afternoon. So 5:30 would be a morning blood sugar for breakfast. 11:30 at night would be technically her lunch. 5:30 a.m. would be dinner. 9, right before she gets in the bed at 6, would be, ideally it's the same schedule. It's just on the flip. That's all.
Right. I got you. But she's not on any schedule.
She's not on any schedule. She literally only does it when she wants to prove a point. That's all.
So then I guess we can say technically we really don't know what her resting or anything is. She's still basically in the wild and undiagnosed.
Right.
Well,
Untreated.
She's diagnosed, but she's unregulated.
Mm-hmm.
Unregulated, untreated, unregulated. I got you. Unregulated sounds good.
Treatment.
Unhinged.
She is being treated because she's getting the Janumet. Janumet is it's an oral treatment versus an insulin or Ozempic or something like that that's injectable. But no, she's unregulated, because if she were to deviate, have one off day where, whoops, I forgot to take my pill today, and she jumps from a 9 or a 10 to 20, that would mean you're talking about somebody who would need months of blood sugars that are staying 8, 9, 10 months. She is 100% non-compliant, like Mudslicker's saying. Jesus, it's entirely possible that she's skipping them because I don't think it has anything to do with her not being able to afford them. I just think she's too lazy.
Is this something your body can adapt to having?
She can't afford them either. I don't think that she's able to afford this medication. Okay.
I don't think she can afford the meds like that, because I'm pretty sure that I mean, I'm pretty sure that the insulin is probably pretty expensive over there. I mean, according to her, everything's so cheap, you guys. But she's not taking into mind the conversion, but it is what it is. But realistically, I
I
don't
don't
think
think that if she has to get prescribed something that she's gonna have to take on a regular basis,
No.
like
it's kind of like she was doing with the Janumet in between. When she first got it, she stopped taking it except for when she knew that she was sky high. Right. Her hemoglobin A1C would be all they would need. It's going to give them a median range of a mean of where all her blood sugars have been for months.
Right. Yep.
yeah, they go for $50 to $100 without insurance. So
Wow.
and that's just for the strips. And that's going to be needed that's going to be needed more so than anything because you got to have to continuously check your blood sugar.
Well, with that right there, with most of the strips, they come in bottles of 30. We're 50. So let's say she checks her blood sugar 4 times a day like she's supposed to in the beginning. You know, you're looking at her going through that bottle within probably 4 times a day. You're looking at 10 or 11 days worth, and it'll be done. It'll be gone.
Right. So a 30 strip bottle is going to last half a month, basically.
Yeah. And I mean, it isn't like it's not doable, but again, I don't really think she wants to know.
Actually, this is foodie, so it could last from half a month to 2 months.
Do what?
Well, no. Think about it. Like it's not like she's consistently testing anything.
Oh no.
So that's why I'm saying like you could probably get one of those things, and it could either last anywhere from half a month to 2 months, depending on how frequently she does anything with that.
Well, I mean, realistically, I would almost bet that she's probably only checking it every other day or every couple of days.
Wouldn't the strips go stale by then? Like, wouldn't they just read something off just here?
No, I mean, they have an expiration date, but the expiration date on them for the quality control check is like, it's months away.
Okay. We're still talking about Foodie, who's probably using strips from 84.
Well, and then too, that's another thing. Like, if she wanted to ensure that her monitor is working correctly, she could do a quality control check, and it comes with a high and low serum with a specific range that each one falls under to verify that it's testing appropriately. But
you just saw Foodie pull a brand new monitor out the box, unwrap it, put the battery in, and say that it didn't work right on her, but it worked right on Salah. We just all saw this. So
that's why I said she's full of shit.
Well, it was even more.
If it weren't working correctly, it would have given an off reading on him too.
Exactly.
What was even more funny was the fact that her last one was busted somehow. And let's face it, she's not actually hanging out with this device. So she probably threw and broke the last one. Hence why this one got purchased in the first place. I mean, don't get me wrong. It was a great
throw. You think she threw something?
Yeah.
I think she flips her shit. Like, let me put it to you like this. They had plates at one point in time. Okay, then all of a sudden it turned into, why are we always eating out of takeout containers? I honestly think she flips her shit and just breaks whatever can break.
Yeah. I do.
Interesting. You got two that says she flips her shit, and I just say she's super lazy and don't want to stand over the sink to wash dishes.
She has reserve energy for dick and anger.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
she's not getting she's got extra reserve energy.
Yeah.
There. So anger would be, I see what you're saying now.
Yeah.
I think she came home because that machine broke after she came home and the Cabela stuff happened. I think they got into a fight over Cabela when she came home and she threw the meter at the wall. I do.
Now you're giving me this image that Foodie is jacking Salah's 6-foot ass up and making him touch everything in the house by dragging him along. And then licking on him like he's some kind of Cheeto
well,
stick.
No, all he does is unlock the front door so she can't get out to, go be haram in public, throw in food, and then run away after locking the door back up again. So he doesn't have to worry about it.
It seems like Timothy Treadwell feeding these bears.
You could outrun Foodie as a toddler. Like that's the thing too. Like Salad has a lot on his side here.
Yes,
when I
he's
say a lot on his
probably
side, I'm not even
created a
talking about
slot in the door where now he just slots her the food.
Yeah, Lord knows I would.
You
Or
know,
like he gets up on the roof. He tells her to like unlock the
You're
little
welcome,
window that
Leanne.
goes out like
Appreciate it.
this, and then he uses a fishing line to then lure it down into the window. So then she just unhooks it. He puts it back up, and then he can go back on his merry way.
he hollers DoorDash.
Yeah.
Knocks on the door, run.
Let's keep on going, y'all.
She's like a tick on my back behind. You're really pretty. Thank you. Here's the starting so you can see the way she looks at it.
Objection.
Living room.
There's
That's
no
fine.
way that Foodie will be able to find a tick on her behind. Her arms don't even reach back that far. This is false.
Not only that, ticks are also not prevalent in that part of the world. However, poisonous animals are, and I'm going to object to the fact that she hasn't been bitten by one of those yet. So that's where I'm at.
Sustain.
Thank you.
Oh, my says she has a metal cup too. Clang, clang.
That's probably Salad's metal cup. He wears that at work.
Oh,
Wait, I thought that was a cage.
That's Monty. Or I'm sorry, Yo Monty.
Oh, boy, this conversation tonight has been all over the place.
See what
Oh,
happens when it
okay.
starts at Jason Statham and Lenny Kravitz? It goes here.
It goes all over. That's okay. We're all entertained, so there we go.
All right, you're such a. I'm not unblocking you either. Yeah, sure. My sister hates me. Okay, you have a mental disorder. Like, don't even ever come back in my chat. Go take care of yourself. You need a psychiatrist. See ya. Jesus.
Booty, you need a psychiatrist, girlfriend.
Thank you.
You need one.
Been saying that, girl.
Tris, goodbye. You did just tell someone to eat a D. I know. I'm in his chair because it's big and comfy, just like me. Thank you guys. Enjoy your evening as well, and I love you guys. And I'll see you next time. Bye. All right. So.
All right. Let's get on to this disgusting shit that Hannibal wants to see so bad.
Wait, hold on. I did what?
I
You
said,
needed this.
this is the one that you wanted to see.
So she's got the alien eggs in the middle of the rice as she stuffs food down her gullet.
I think
I'm blaming Hannibal. Hannibal, is this the one you really wanted to see for real? Because she gets sexy with her food.
Yeah, she gets
what?
She
does. And this is food prawn. I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
Lenny Kravitz is that food, Hannibal.
Okay, let's see.
This is just like she gets hella worked up over this.
I think the problem that I'm having here is I'm going to be blamed for wanting to see this when I want to see this.
Oh,
You know what? I'll take fault for this. You're good. I got you. I'm taking fault.
Okay.
I'm crack party diva overriding this one. I got this.
Gotcha.
We're just gonna blame it on Lenny Kravitz.
That's why I
Yes.
said, are you sure it was you? Because it gets real hot and heavy in this one.
I mean,
This is why he
we're
wants
not
to
even
fly
a
away.
whole second in, and I can see how heavy it's getting right here just from this expression on her face.
That's a salad replacement right there.
Okay, let me see how far I can. Code word pineapples. Pineapples. Gotcha.
If we need it out, it's pineapple.
Or peaches. I don't know.
Any fruit. That'd work.
Say holler pineapple juice.
As ground chicken and vegetables.
Speaking of vegetables, it's been takeout after takeout since you rinsed that food bank of veggies. You have all you need to make something similar.
He's having an orgasm in the background.
Extra oil and salt. Guess that's too much work for our domestic goddess who has nothing else to do all day.
My cat is beezing in the background.
A lot of
Let's try
that.
something. It was like meat.
Oh God.
I don't know what kind of meat, but it's meat.
Those are yummy.
Those are yummy. Gall, you're 40 years old.
Let's try some fried rice.
I still say yummy. That's not fair.
I
Some vegetables
no.
and like some kind of sauce. Like little bits of beef, and it's really spicy.
So
I love
everything she's eating has meat in it as well.
Pumpkin soup.
They cut out a lot of the prawn in here, so you're lucky.
Here's
I'm
where
so glad.
here's where it gets really bleh.
So moving forward, this is all that your content is gonna be, moaning over mediocre takeout. For those that missed it, Foodie recently posted this on her community tab.
Oh, so I did a lot of thinking and I decided that I'm going to keep any personal content offline for good. Bullshit. I just don't feel comfortable anymore sharing anything related to my health lies, my weight lies, my marriage lies, my plans lies, family, more lies. Basically anything personal. Do I need to keep going? Okay.
You don't need to, but
No.
Okay.
Look, here's the deal. Eighth time this year is the charm.
Content recently, probably to pay for the visa renewal next month. It's just a matter of time before she tries to stir up drama again to secure a nice paycheck.
That's so good.
Here's my thing. I think she told Sally she don't want to talk about anything else so that she would be able to mukbang and get what she wanted to eat.
That's an interesting theory.
Huh.
Because he's been trying to he's been trying to control like a bit since they went to the doctor and they got the bad news. He's been trying to put her in check with what she eats. I think she said, I don't want to share anything else, any private stuff online, Sally. So if I can't share private stuff, I'm going to have to eat to make money. Mm-hmm.
Well, let me do my job here. Hannibal 615, Girl World Defense Lawyer. Hi, Skinny.
You want to defend this?
I have no
Okay,
choice.
go for it. Okay, go for it. Yeah, sure.
He's making use of the fact that court is in session. That's all.
That's all. Yeah. So
I may have to prostitute this.
That's fair.
Okay. Okay.
That is fair. We are talking about Salah here.
Yeah, that's true.
In Salah's defense, if he's trying to regulate the amount of food, what if that is him actually? Seriously, what if that is him trying to be a caring husband?
He's not. He's caring for the bag, the money, if you will, the rent.
Did you hear what you just said? I'm good. Sorry.
I feel like Carrie right now. Like, I'm gonna laugh at you. Yeah, what?
I'm not dead yet, so you're doing fine. Okay.
Wow.
No, he cares, but he cares about the money, the bag, the rent payments, so he can find another K-Bella to take the bait.
All right. Well, I don't disagree. Just doing my damn job.
Here's the thing, though. Like, the only thing I got to say towards this is that, like, a lot of the whole deal of stop talking about this started when they realized that no one in Kuwait was picking up on watching him in the first place. Because let's face it, if anyone was, they'd already be in shit, and she would have been deported. So, like, not only that, but how is she getting this food other than salad? And I mean, don't get me wrong. I completely understand that salad, like, is running on some kind of 50s level of like, yo, if you just keep doing calisthenics, then everything will go away. Like, I mean, he seems to be running on that kind of mentality. So for me, it's a little bit weird to put it into a concept of saying he cares or whatever's going on, because he's the one bringing her this.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, I think more than likely he's doing what he's needing to do to keep her placated so that he doesn't have to deal with the temper tantrums.
She throws shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
And not he enjoys.
I mean, now, if you put all of that into consideration, that makes perfect sense as to why he hasn't pressed stuff. But
yeah,
at this point, and seriously, at this point, he's behind the scenes. He's seeing And to a certain degree, he's having to travel with her, take her to and from these fake ass doctor's appointments. And maybe, just maybe, he's like, look, I don't have money for this.
Or his business meeting. You see what Peace Baby was saying? Shantopoulos channel does a weekly breakdown on everything, and apparently the helix shaped building they went to where he had his business meeting has a visa office in it.
Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, it's basically like their version of a New York skyscraper with a bunch of different certain floors have certain businesses in them. Same idea.
And I do watch Shantopoulos. I had a video pulled up that I haven't looked at. That may be the one I need to look.
That might be. But let's talk about the scalding that old girl got here.
Please.
Did y'all see this comment from Desert Rose? I'll narrate. Nah, fuck this. You have serious mental health issues. You're seriously mentally ill, and your one and only hope for getting better is admitting yourself impatient. If you don't, I guarantee you will only live 6 to 12 months max. I have helped hundreds of patients with morbid obesity, BED, diabetes. You are by far the worst person ever because you are your own worst enemy. Not your haters or the reaction channels. You. Keep this up. Think you got it under control. You absolutely do not. Get mad all you want like a stubborn fucking child because any sane adult would listen to healthcare professionals and not try to hack their way out of an eating disorder. You're a bitch 100% because you manipulate your audience and you know you were told you weren't supposed to be eating that.
Ooh.
Let me find it. You're unaliving yourself online in front of thousands of people and thinking it's a flex. It hurts no one but you. But keep eating. Mark my words, 6 to 12 months, Chantel. And I promise you, death won't be fast and it's not yummy. Oh, yeah? And FFG could humble your ass with a single push before you could even raise a hand to smack her. You're not tough. Nobody is scared of you when you can't even walk up a curb without help.
It was a long time Beezer too. Desert Rose.
Well, they're the one. Desert Rose is the one who came up with the Knights of Chantel, if I'm correct.
I think so.
It's more. It's more.
Yep. She went in.
Send me this. I am giddy.
She went scorched earth, my man. I'm not here for this shit or to watch someone kill themselves publicly. Admit yourself to inpatient and stop eating bullshit or keep on. I don't care anymore. But 6 to 12 months, Chantel. My colleagues agree. 6 to 12 months. Mark my P.S. And your husband is no prince. He literally fantasizes about raping women and shitting on them, and that will never change. I mean,
yes.
I was like, holy shit, Desert Rose is done with her fuck shit. And the thing is,
wow, that's
Desert Rose was a long time Beezer.
She was very chatty when Belinda showed up in
very
her live to give her money.
You can do this. You can do this. You know, she was very, very Captain Sabaho. She was very much on Foodie's side. What does it say when the ones that were saying to her, you got this, you can do it, whatever. But and Oki says she was an original.
Oh.
There's only one thing that I noticed when I was, because I screen recorded the live where Belinda showed up. So one thing I noticed on Desert Rose is she has the same AI Tuesday Adams at like 25 picture going on that other versions of Rose did, so to speak. So everyone should just keep an eye on that one.
Well,
okay.
Ideally, I don't really think it matters because at this point, yeah, see, Oki said it. They do this every fucking time. You can do this, blah, 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 over and over and over. And then they get finally fed up with their shit. And then they blast her the fuck out. But I brought that in here because I was like, old girl with scorched earth. She was like, fuck this bridge. I'll swim next time. I ain't dealing with this.
This is how reaction channels are made.
Yeah.
This is how reaction channels.
Exactly.
I mean,
Exactly.
because if I'm not mistaken, hey, Skinny,
Hello.
like this is a repeat of exactly how you created your channel. You supported, you were there, you got fed up with that bullshit, and you
I
spoke
did.
out.
I supported her a long time. Longer than I should have, I'll admit. But
But I mean,
Yeah.
maybe it's now
the
time for
thing is,
Desert
though,
Rose.
Chantel raged on me first, though. I did go on Monty's panel, but I did not say anything that was horrible. I actually defended her.
You
Yeah.
actually defended her. I recall that. I was there.
She came back raging on me, and I said, "Game on, it's over."
I mean, she didn't really take into consideration at all what you said when you were on there, because I listened to that stream. That was for the creep-tasticness of that one kind of gave me the heebies. And I stopped listening to him altogether too. But you didn't say anything out of place. Not
No.
you were defending her. And even with that, she still came on and was just like lashing out, and she was going hella dirty with it, which was not necessary. All it would have took was a conversation to say, hey, what's the deal? You know?
She could have reached out to me. She chose to make it content. She's seen a way to make money off of that situation, and that was more important to her. So I chose to make money off the situation too. That was, not that I was even making money in the beginning, but what I'm saying is she chose to rage out without having a conversation with me behind the scenes. So
mean,
I
the
made a
same
reaction
thing.
channel.
It's the same thing and repeat. And I wish that Desert Rose would make a channel, especially that was a full blown blasting right there.
Hey, she read her down.
Oh, that was
And I
good.
mean,
That was
if
great.
it's only going to be 6 to 12 months, then why not? We got 6 to 12 months to spare.
Yeah.
Because I agree with everything that she said. I'm not a medical profession. I just have eyes, and I can see that she's struggling right now with everything.
But everything that she is saying, that she said, is everything that I've been saying. That she
Can I say this though?
Hi.
Coming over to this side has been so wonderful. I've met some wonderful people, and things happen for a reason. They absolutely do, and I'm glad. I'm happy that it turned out this way actually. So thank you for accepting me. I want to thank everybody who accepted me over here on this side of Girl World. Thank you.
You're better off here.
Yeah.
I mean, and the thing
Absolutely.
is, I think a lot of people would a lot of people would just accept ex-beezers or people that support her with the understanding of, hey, you tried, good deal. I mean,
Yeah.
you tried to give her some support and let her know that there's somebody out there for her, but overall, her personality is what is turning
Drives
people
people
off.
away. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, I think a lot of people start on the side of we want better for her, but she doesn't want better for her.
Yes.
And it gets so incredibly frustrating. It would be no different than if you were dealing with somebody like Josh. I get infuriated with Josh
Exactly.
because I know where Josh has been. I have been in Josh's shoes, and it is infuriating to me to watch him destroy himself physically, mentally, all of it. And that's why I can't watch Josh. That's the same reason I couldn't watch Nall. Because I can't. Because it is infuriating to me to know, yes, it's hard, but it is entirely possible to change your life if you want to.
And they do not want to.
They do not want to.
And the problem with Foodie is the problem with Foodie and all of these people that we can't want more than they want for themselves. Everybody's out here saying that Foodie, you need to do this, you need to do that. Even with Desert Rose and her last ditch effort to get it off her chest and to voice the situation, she can't make Foodie change. All of that was well and good, and we agree with Desert Rose and we stand behind her 100% in everything she said, but That's not going to change Foodie. That's not going to make her attitude. It's not going to make her put that damn rice down right now. Oh my God! I
Right.
just finished reading what Desert Rose said. I'm done eating. I'm going to the inpatient. Right? That's not going to make that like an instant epiphany hit
Probably
her. And by the time
No,
it
in
does, it's going to
fact,
be too late. Like Life by Jen.
Well,
in
and,
fact, honestly, something like that would probably make Foodie say, "I'm going to eat more," just because she's defiant like that.
and
She's
spiteful.
yeah,
And
She'll
Oki,
use
Oki,
for
yes,
drama.
I understand, Oki, that we are watching somebody physically disfigure themselves, but it's the same reason. I have the same reaction to Foodie doing this that I have to Josh and Null doing what they do. The difference is it is more abundant to viewing the negative side effects of the various substances they're using. You can see it on her. It's not quite so obvious. And it takes time to get to a point that disfigurement comes into play. I get infuriated with her because I have been her size. I was 350 pounds when I had weight loss surgery. When I weighed that day, when I checked into the hospital, I was 350 pounds and I had already lost 30 before I went in there. The fact is,
Surgery stuff, right?
it's all going to be the same thing. They have to want them. It's wanting for them and them not wanting it for themselves. The part that gets me involved where Foodie's concerned is the fact that she talks so much shit that honestly, there are people in her chat that will take what she says at face value and they shouldn't. That would be like going to the jailhouse lawyer to have them get you out of jail. This motherfucker's sitting in the exact same predicament that you're in. Why are you talking to him? You don't want to talk to nobody who's in active addiction, whether it's drugs, alcohol, food, whatever. You want to talk to the person who's come past that, who's come past it.
right.
And I'm trying to protect the people that are dumb enough to listen to her from themselves. That's all I'm doing, baby. That's all I'm doing. Okay. See, I'm glad you understand. I didn't want there to be any kind of misunderstanding on that. I don't get any enjoyment watching her kill herself. I
No.
don't. Just like I wouldn't with Josh or with Null or with what's the dude with the hole in his leg that me and Hannibal talked about. That
Only use me, Blake.
yeah, that projectile vomited his teeth out to the point where he's rotted his mouth.
And
I
no,
don't-
I don't
Yeah.
want anybody to think that because I do advertise on my channel that I am here for Foodie Beauty Death Watch 2024. I'm not here to see her. I would love to see her go on a health arc. I would love to see Amber Lynn actually do a health arc and lose weight. But these are individuals that are basically playing the internet for sympathy money.
Did he?
Yeah.
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 He
And
says
so
Blake
Yes.
quit drinking.
Blake quit drinking almost 3 or 4 months ago.
Praise Jesus.
He's watching his mom.
He quit drinking right around the new year after his New Year fiasco, probably around February. He quit drinking and he's been caretaking of his mom. His content has been very slow. I've actually been meaning to give an update, and I was going to bring one of the reaction channels for Only Use Me Blade up. We
Nice.
have had a couple of conversations about it, but we just haven't. I've been working on the second channel, and so things have been kind of out of whack for me. But yeah, Only Use Me Blade. He has stopped drinking.
Good.
There has also been he's on that slippery slope right now. And I'll say that because he's considering it, he's thinking about it. It's something that he would love to do because his content is suffering. And you have to keep in mind, Blade attached his content to his
the
drinking.
drinking. Yeah, the same
And
way that
so-
she's done with her eating.
Correct. And so once the drinking is gone, the money is gone.
Reinforcement for negative behaviors. We've talked about that.
Yep. So once the drinking is gone, that's gone.
That's why Foodie's scared, also probably scared to change her identity, because her identity is being this obese, super morbidly obese woman that eats on camera.
But we've had this. I don't think you were here on panel with us for it, but I know me and Hannibal talked about it. The thing is, yes, okay, it would be the same thing for her that happened with Hungry Fat Chick. Yes, the views will drop initially, but with time, they will pick back up, and they would probably even surpass it because people love an underdog.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yes.
People root for an underdog all the time. Actually, I can give y'all an example. We recognize her,
Yes.
The girl in the pool.
the girl in the pool, the one that talked all that smack on Foodie. Look at this
Yes.
one right here. My first weigh-in vlog, officially over 100 pounds down.
Yes.
She started on Manjaro. She's been doing a lot of work on herself. And here she is. I'm going to mute this because we don't need the sound and I don't need no music and I don't care about hearing her talk. I want y'all to see the difference.
Yeah. There's a big difference.
There is a huge difference in where she was
I like Rosie.
started. I think she's got a little bit of grift to her.
Yeah. I got that vibe too.
When she went on this whole anti-health at every size of the feeders are the problem, all that stuff, to me it came across very grifty. When she made the comment that she was going to take over as the queen of girl world, that to me read grifty. But to me, before she started this weight loss journey, she was a combination of Foodie and ALR.
Yeah.
She is very situation-y type dealy and type stuff, all that. I don't really care too much for her personality-wise, but here we are. She's down 100 pounds. You can look at her and see it, especially in her arms. And in her
She looks
May it
great.
keep going.
And those
keep going.
dresses, that green dress actually that she was just wearing, you could really tell a lot in
yellow
that green dress.
is really not her color.
That yellow is not, I'm not really crazy about the yellow, but the green one looked nice on her.
Yeah, she's got to stop using glitter and laser's color spectrum wheel to pick from clothing for, because it's just bad. It's bad.
But look at how she's moving.
Yeah. And she just did 100 laps in her pool the other day.
Yes, and do you know that she has had more of a response from people since she made that decision to change her life and to get her health back than she ever had as I don't believe in health at every size and all that stuff.
Yeah.
All the hard ride grift lines that she was on before, people had a negative response to it. But now that she's actually doing something, she's walking the walk.
I have to say something. It takes a lot of courage to leave what she was doing, because you do get, like she talked about it, you do get a lot of haters coming after you from that side of the spectrum too.
Yes. Pretty much everybody on the health at every size end of things, they hate anybody who makes that conscious choice to save themselves.
Yes.
So I get it, but the responses she's gotten in relation to her changing her body, her gaining her health, look at her. I mean, she is lighter on her feet here.
Yes.
And the responses she's gotten for this has been drastic in comparison to her stirring the pot like she was doing before this.
Is Michelle a troll?
Yeah, she's been going after MASH here and there. In essence, a screenshot of both measures of the cancer. So
Michelle, that's really not okay. Even if she did have, that doesn't justify anything that you're saying. Why would you say that?
Also, you're giving away a bit of a mentality format here that we've been dealing with. So, good job.
Anybody that wants to, y'all can time her the fuck out. As a matter of fact, you can make sure that she never is able to time back in, because that is not necessary.
Welcome
can
to
go.
the blockade.
I don't have much of a block list, but that was ugly. That was absolutely not necessary.
I have both shots of it.
Not okay.
Anybody who hadn't done it yet, you can take her the fuck out because I'm not down for that. You may not like MASH, but you don't come on here and talk like that.
Right.
You don't have to like everybody on any of these channels, but that doesn't mean you chase that person from place to place and act a fool.
Like you're shitting on an audience member. What the fuck? Like
that would be like me following you around, Michelle, and talking shit about one of your family members. How would you feel about that? You'd feel a kind of way about it, I'm sure. Is shit like this about Girl World that I don't fucking like. Leave each other the fuck alone. If y'all got a problem with somebody, you ain't got to deal with them.
Right.
Everybody on the YouTube streets knows I don't get down with Breezing like that. But you know what? I don't fuck with her. I don't go chasing her. I ain't got nothing to say to her. Actually, she made sure that after I blocked her, she turned around and blocked me.
Mutual. Good deal.
So it works out beautifully. But I don't get down with that. This is supposed to be somewhere for us to come to have a good time and just shoot the shit and talk about the insanity that's being posted online for us to peruse.
That's been going around lately.
Yeah, the cannibalism in this realm it's getting ridiculous.
I think because when things are slow with foodie, then people start attacking the reactors, or reactors attack each other, or it's been a lot. It's been a lot.
Well, I mean, ideally, even before foodie doing good, which is pretty subjective term, you know,
right.
There was a whole lot of in-realm cannibalism going on. It's been going on the entire time I've been here.
Yeah.
People playing campfire games and I'm with this camp and I'm with this camp. Fuck that. This is not Game of Thrones.
Right. I'd like to run a channel where everybody's welcome no matter where you go, as long as you're respectable to the people in my chat. I don't like when people come in like, I don't like this one, or I don't like that one, or I don't, because everybody's entitled to go where they want to go, right?
Yes. And and I've only laid the line down one time in here, and all of y'all have been in here at one point or another when I've said it. The only line in the sand that I've drawn has been Kaya. If you want to support, cool. Okay. You go support Kaya and you go somewhere else, because I can't get down with that. Look at talk to me, Goose.
Goose, fuck foodie.
Yeah, Goose.
Goose is wild woman, and I love her. You want to come up and talk some shit, Goose?
Come play with us.
We are
to the dark side.
Having a full-on shit talking session. You missed some of the worst stuff.
She missed she missed some of the good stuff.
Also, Jason Statham or Lenny Kravitz when you come up here.
Well, it ain't got to be one or the other. I'm sure she's got her get it list. I'm sure she's got a get it list.
Yeah, but if they run into a tie, that means we have to death match them. So this could be really entertaining. We just have to get to that point.
Hi, Booze.
Yes.
All right, Floof, over here. Thank you. Oh, so. Well, look at all these people pop out. Hi, Java. Java's been lurking.
So, what is the weather like in Florida tonight?
Oh, it has actually been really nice. It was actually supposed to rain today. There was like a 20% chance of rain and not nary a drop.
Oh, okay.
I went out today and I had a whole truckload of mulch brought in, and had to unload all that into the garage so I can take the truck to work this weekend.
Right.
Pure chaos in the city. CMA weekend has started. There has been at least 17 concerts by the time I got off from work today, and the city is now starting to fill up.
See,
Yeah,
that's
pure
like
pandemonium.
my place last weekend.
So the
Not
Country
happy about
Music
this.
Awards, you say?
Oh
Goose.
yeah, it's going down this weekend, and I went and took pictures. There's so many concerts going on. I had a good lunch. I had to go downtown to my office today, and I walked around for lunch, and I saw and heard about 4 different concerts within less than a mile. And so, if I walked the entire circuit, there would have been about 8 concerts playing. And
Holy
these
moly.
are live shows from real people. I mean, big name stars and stuff. So these are going on basically from now until Sunday.
See, that sounds
All fucking live shows. Everybody's going to be
sounds like
playing.
like what I just got
ridiculous.
through with. They had the festival here, and it's 3 days, no, 4 days, and they open that. I mean, all day, and there was like there was 30,000 people there.
Wow.
Yes.
They restored old train station in Detroit, and they just had some big concert there yesterday, and Eminem showed up.
Oh, that was awesome.
I wish I would have been able
Vanessa,
to
I'll
go.
send you a list. I can't name them all here. We'll be here for days.
How you doing, Goose?
I'm doing well. How are you guys? I just I missed everything. It's like you guys been going for 2 hours. What the hell? How did I miss this?
Hey,
Jason Statham or Lenny Kravitz?
Just like off the hop, or is there any specific reason, or just those two names?
Of the two, who could get it more?
Jason Statham.
Okay, there we go.
Maybe, but that's just, I'm just thinking about like activity level.
now welcome to the conversation. So yes,
Well-
you're officially in.
Goose, I told him that we embarrassed my niece and had her boyfriend like bright red because we had like a whole hour-long conversation about all the different men that could get it.
As one would.
Because that's what happens when you got a group of women together, a group of men together who could get it. Yeah. Yes, Miss Amber, Tom Hardy was on the list. Tom Hardy showed up. Idris Elba showed up.
Gerard Butler? Was Gerard Butler on that list?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Somebody said Keith Urban because of I said just because of the accent, Keith Urban. There's something about me.
Keith Urban. Come on, out of the country stars, give me a break, Keith Urban. There's so many.
But Goose, that's actually what started all of it. Is we were talking about people that were at this festival because, like, Billy Currington was there. Oh God, let me see who else was there. Morgan Whalen was there.
Was Riley Green there?
No, not there. There was a few men folks, but it turned into, oh yeah, Tim McGraw could absolutely get it. And then we started branching off into other country singers. Well, yeah, Jelly Roll was there, but I'm sorry, I don't like my men round.
Fair.
I mean, I like Jelly Roll's music, but he needs to stick with his wife. He's not my speed. Like I said, like Kenny Chesney, he might be.
Yes, Jelly Roll was here, and he was here, not necessarily a part of that list.
She says, I didn't mean it that way.
I just saw his tour bus the other day.
Well, that's because he just left from down here. It was a short trip to y'all, I guess.
Oh, yeah, he could have made that in less than a day.
He probably hung around for a couple of days because he said one of the things that he was saying was that his family used to come here in the summers for family vacation. So he loves.
Oh, yeah, he's from here, right?
No.
Yeah, he's from there. He's from Tennessee.
It was so cute. His mama, he pulled his mom out there. His mama's birthday was like the day before the festival started. So like 30,000 people sang happy birthday to her.
Oh,
That was wonderful. I bet that was
that's
the best
sweet.
thing. You know, it's
That's
Very
cute.
sweet.
well,
That
right.
is cute.
That's super cute. Not something I would have expected from him because he's definitely rough around the edges type.
But he's still got a mom. He's still got a heart, you know? Like,
No,
Yeah.
I know, but I was like, I couldn't imagine him being all sweet like that.
He loves his mama.
No, Crab. I'm not going to get to live down this unicity thing, am I?
praise the merge, I guess. Yeah.
Oh my god, did you guys talk about unicity? I can't even don't even what the fucking unicity. Oh my god. I am totally with Inferno. Fuck foodie. Oh my god.
Foodie.
Yeah. Like this is like I'm so behind on so much stuff. It's the weather here has been absolutely awesome. We've been just riding and riding and riding and riding, and so it's like I haven't really thought of it, and then I kind of come on and I do, like when I did the shit with the horse bandage around my head, it was just because I'm dumb, and that's all that was about. But like, you know, that's as far as I give a shit, really. But when I see this stuff, it's like these spite mukbangs. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, the spite mukbang's really gonna affect us. Keep going. Like
Right.
you're gonna put your Darwin Award right next to your fucking fraudulently got YouTube plaque.
Yeah.
Like, fuck
Yeah.
you, don't care, you know?
Well, the whole unicity conversation thing that did come up tonight, and then it turned into a whole side conversation because I actually did a video where I tried all of those, and they're disgusting.
Bravely tried.
But they don't have any sugar, salty, and they taste super creamy and fresh and delicious. Oh my god, what is wrong with you all? You guys are such jealous morons and basement dwelling weirdos. I can't even believe it.
They were,
And they cancel out all the carbs too.
They
Yes.
were.
Hey, I fake married off Mir.
They was chunky.
She honestly believes. Does she honestly believe that drinking unicity will cancel out will help?
Yes.
Yes, she does.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely she does.
Yes.
Yeah, you can tell she thinks that. Like, I mean, was it a week ago she was on death's door, and
Yeah.
then now we're right back into I'm gonna do whatever I want, and blah blah blah, and I don't give a fuck what her bad news was. I hope she's sad and her asshole itches for the rest of her life.
She's like a cockroach. She lost another shell. She's back again. She
I put it more
deshelled
like a
herself.
crab.
I
second that. I second that, Salty.
It's just.
Foodie's more like dark matter to me. I mean, I can't really explain
Wait.
her, but she doesn't really go away either.
Nutty. Well, no, let's be real. I mean, we know that old girl's time is limited.
Oh, if you're saying that she's on borrowed time, most definitely.
I've been saying that. She is just.
Actually, she's on loophole time.
I find it incredible that
Loophole time.
I find it incredible that somehow she's not suffering any kind of, or she's not letting on that there's any
I
kind
don't
of
think she's
side
letting it
effects.
on. I don't think she's letting it on.
You don't think she's letting it on? You think behind the scenes she's just silently suffering? I mean, because the blood sugar, her breathing, her walking, the lack of exercise, everything that she does is indicating
the breathing thing has perpetually kind of gone down, but because it's been so subtle, it hasn't been drastic enough to scare her. So yeah.
What do you mean gone down? Like as in what?
Like her being able to stand up and dance around and bounce all around in the living room like she was doing when she was on the crack diet. Oh, excuse me, the meth diet. So there's
Tomato diet.
The body by meth. Her being able to do all of that and still being able to walk up a flight of steps without looking like she's going to fall the fuck out versus now where she can't even step up on a fucking curb without some help. That's the difference between, I'm talking about her abilities have declined, but it's not been so incredibly drastic that it's noticeable to her.
Well, I think it's because she doesn't do shit. Like,
Well,
do you know what
yeah.
I mean? Like, she's like, oh, my breathing's better because I haven't moved from this fucking chair. Like, you know, like it's pretty. It's the kind of seems like it, and like, but guys, you know, get realistic. She's doing the Jane Fonda workout, so
right.
Stop being so jealous.
Yeah,
I mean, she's up to 3 minutes, and she's swinging her arms. So, yeah, that and unicity.
Yeah,
That's
your
the next-
unicity is the only way.
I get what you're saying about the steady decline
it's
where she's not.
It's been so incredibly gradual that it hasn't been noticeable for her.
Yeah,
but we can see it.
Each time she ramps down a little bit, that becomes her normal.
But we see it.
Yeah, we see it, but she doesn't because she's deluded.
She lives with her. It's different. You know what I'm saying? She's got her own version of being in the crossfire, which is being her. So she's not going to notice her the same way that we are because we're third person observers.
Yeah,
exactly.
I
exactly.
get it, but that's
She looks in the
crazy.
mirror, and it's like when you see something growing, like a puppy growing, or like for me, obviously horses or kids or whatever. Is like you
Or
don't
in
see
Free's
that they're
case, a
growing
kidney.
gradually, right? They're going up gradually, and somebody will come in a week and go, "Oh my God, they just grew like overnight." It seems like, and for her, she's looking in the mirror and watching this just so slowly sink because everything she does is minimal effort, including decline. It's just like everything is just kind of going downward, and at the end of the day, you know, if all your spite shit is not affecting any of us in real life. So like whatever it is that you think you're winning is like, I don't understand what you're winning. And I don't think that she's suffering silently, Hannibal. I think the reason the rages are coming up is because she's losing it at Scatbot. And Scatbot and her are having some issues, like I'm not going to cook, and then she gets all the cleaning products, which I think are probably for a maid, not for her. And I hope that all I want to see is that cheap ass suitcase explode like the buttons on that fucking lumberback jack shirt. I want to see that.
You know, with her rebrand, any mention of being married is gone.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh.
I did not notice that.
No, let me go back and look now because I need to pay more
I got you. I'll put it up on screen for you. That was another thing that got brought up.
School me, Salty. School me. Please.
Well, she's falsifying a marriage, so that would be illegal, hence deportable. So
heard the
that's why she's
crackdown
not
on
showing
that
it.
falsifying marriage stuff is coming through really
It's
fun.
getting ready for the 17th, I do believe.
Yeah. It's the 17th.
All right, read it out. Welcome to my world. I'm a huge foodie, and I believe that good food is one of the biggest pleasures in life. I love experiencing all kind of food from all kind of cultures, so let's eat. I hope I make you hungry. Mukbangs, eating, ASMR, cooking, and food vlogs.
Oh, she's married.
I mean, she says my husband's channel, and then she's got the couples channel, but she doesn't say that was added back in because that wasn't on there.
That was not there. Maybe
That
she's
wasn't
still
on there earlier. She's keeping track. You know she's keeping track. Anytime anybody posts something new about it, she's real quick to go in there and manipulate things. But it's just, let me see.
This is a miserable existence, if you ask me.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing.
100% Hannibal. So miserable. Like the weird projection of jealousy is like, dude, I can touch my toes. Like,
right?
So
right, I can wipe my
there's
ass.
that.
What's wrong with you?
Like, you know, like what the fuck, you know, like everything is just, it's so like it's getting like it's like her universe is getting progressively smaller, so everything is just concentrating down into it, and so it's just getting more and more intense, you know, because she just doesn't, you know, and to think, you know, he proposed that I go with him, you know, and you're just like, proposed, he goes, you know, what? Like it just, and then that's after the rage of like going off on moms and going off about moms and then sucking the digital dick of somebody called Yo Mama. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? What's happening right now? Like, I don't understand this shit at all. And then, I've been trying to not be as me about the videos, just to kind of mock Scatbot. But at the same time, I don't let go. Like, every time I put up there, solid cheats on Chantel, like, it's going to be there. I don't have to show the pictures anymore. So
What
I'm
date
hoping
was
that
though?
just
I
kind
mean, I don't know what date that was.
All of her.
December 28th, 2023. Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Most of the videos with him included appear to still be there. So if she hasn't gone through and privated or purged anything yet in that regard, because he's still in plenty of thumbnails on here, including the one where there's a whole video about him being the handsomest man.
God.
Dude,
the
the new fucking forensic sketch of every online pervert that ever existed mustache is like, the fuck is that? Like, it looks like, I'm just like, oh my God, could you look any more pervy and weird? Like,
look, he's doing summer
he's the
themes
most
for the
roll-hard,
Johns.
put-away wet 30-year-old I've ever seen in my life.
He's doing summer themes for the Johns.
I want to know what the hell he was thinking shaving that beard off, because bro ain't got no chin.
That's really easy. He could be one of 3 village people with that facial hair going on. Okay, that's what it is.
Good point, Inferno.
4
Good
of
point.
3 village people.
Yeah, like, he was listening to Macho Man, and he decided to get that bridge. The whole deal was done with his beard after the Macho Man video. I'm telling you, that's what this is.
That's actually a very good point. And we can send him some chaps, and we can send him some, he can get some Temu like cop uniforms, and
I'm sorry,
and
you don't stop. You don't think Salah already has some quit it.
Well, no, he has them for the Johns, but you could always have more chaps. I mean, considering what he's into, and if I think about this properly, the only reason why he wants to do that to women is because he already has men paying him to do that to him already.
Please don't think about this.
And I have to say this as a horse trainer. Assless chaps are fucking chaps. All chaps have no ass. Ass full chaps are called fucking pants. Just so you know. Okay? Like, all chaps are assless. Okay, like, they're not chaps otherwise. But I mean, he could definitely, go there. And like, but I'm still, hey man, like, I'm still a believer in Team Six Pack. I really want to see Human Squirrel Suit jumping off of base camp and flapping her ass like all the way down to the bottom of base camp. I think it would be amazing, and I think we've all earned Oliver. At least she could give us that before the Darwin Award gets collected.
Girl, she wouldn't make it past the airport.
Yeah, she'll have a suitcase full of Captagon.
She would turn into one of the landmarks that are known for being on that path.
Oh,
absolutely. But I mean, if she's Team Six Pack, then she's going to just have all the spare skin, so she can just fly up like a human squirrel suit. Look, it can be like a flying squirrel, and she can just glide around and just, collect snacks, and it would be wonderful. I think I'm totally a believer in Team Six Pack.
I'm picturing her getting carried on wind gusts and eating Sherpas. Like, just so you know, like, there's like
picking yak hair out of her teeth,
fighting Yetis for food,
Yeah.
On that note, guys,
fighting dumpster Yetis, just like the dumpster grizzlies. Yeah,
right outside the Tibetan 7-Eleven. Yes.
I want to thank you for having me up, Salty.
I appreciate it.
I'm going to go take off for the evening. I hope you all have a wonderful night.
I appreciate you coming through. It's a good time always.
Thank you.
Nice, Skinny.
Awesome. Be well, Skinny.
Good night.
Bye.
Have a good one, guys. Bye.
Peace. And then there were 4.
I'm over here cracking up for dumpster Yetis.
Okay. Dumpster Yeti.
Well, they're outside of the 7-Elevens in Tibet. So, like, that's,
Not dumpster bears. They'd just be dumpster yetis. Yeah.
You just have to change it for where you're at. That's all. That's all.
That's it. If she was in BC, it could be dumpster squatches, like her and the Sasquatch are just having it out. It would just be like.
Or if she were in LA, it would be dumpster meth heads.
Now, when you say what happened, I think Salah messed up. I think he just accidentally, maybe nicked himself and then had to shave his beard and didn't want to shave his mustache and then ended up looking like
Pete's, because he would look exactly like fucking Pete's.
He did not do himself no favors.
Village people. He's all village people right now.
He's made me actually creepy.
Village people.
How you gonna come online and try to flex at women like you when you ain't even got no chin, bro?
He's got a chin. It's just he donated to Chantel.
She's got it tucked in behind the hijab. Yeah.
Yeah, Goose knows.
That's her. Yeah. It's a gift. It's his gift to her.
She's a chin area.
She's a chin collector. That's why we're jealous, because of her large chin collection.
I guess maybe he had it in his mind that shaving his face does the same thing for his little gherkin.
It makes it bigger.
Yeah,
he's got a businessman who doesn't want to feel like prickling on his nutsack. That's what I would think.
So I would be wrong. I would be absolutely wrong.
But he went there for business purposes, guys, because who wouldn't trust a guy that walked in a door looking like that motherfucker? You know what I mean? He comes walking in with
he's blowing a manager during the middle part of the day. This is a daytime run. Usually he starts his job at 9 p.m., but this was an afternoon special.
Okay. All right. So I'm not gonna be able to hold this
one.
So
somebody found that there's a visa office in that building.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, yeah. So Salah shaved his face so he could look more like Rocky Dennis?
Yes. Yes.
Is that what I'm listening to? Right.
It matches Foodie's face when it's bloated. So yeah.
Ooh.
When is Foodie's face not bloated?
There we go.
Yeah, see? Pretty good. That's okay. One day he'll just like he has his hammer toes all fucking bandaged up. He's gonna eventually have one wrapped around his head because she's gonna get so fucking mad one day. She's gonna throw a plastic fork at him and get stuck in the side of his face or something like that. It's like, because there's definitely been trouble in paradise. You know what I mean? Like you can just feel it, that it's there. Oh, I'm not going to cook. Oh, I'm not. And I'm sorry about the cat hair and the shit, everything on this tiny little scale while I'm taking this, because I couldn't spend 2 seconds to pick it up and blow the shit off of it and put it back down.
Well, the problem, I see it a completely different way. I see it as Foodie is mad because Salah only wipes tissue of poo on her instead of throwing whole pieces and chunks at her, or even just okay. See, you see what I'm saying? That's why I don't talk.
Well, what it is that he throws it at her back and she just can't reach it, so she just like runs around in circles like chasing her tail. She's just trying so hard, and it's so unfair. Because she's up to 3 minutes of Jane Fonda.
I still think she has a wipe pole, and this has been my idea forever now. She basically has one of those pole vault poles. All she has to do is squat over it. It's got like a towel wrapped around it. So she just has to take 1 or 2 passes, and she's clean.
Well,
then she just has to take it up to the pool for the bidet, and we're good.
The problem
I think it's a car wash brush. I think it's like a big spinning car wash brush.
And
she just squats over it and walks.
I'll go with Goose Chuck, because what you're saying, Inferno, means that Foodie would have to actually take some steps. Now, if she could just sit still like a car wash brush. Okay,
she's cheap. That's the only thing.
Now there's some contingency here. Now,
see those big flappy spinning rag brush things, that's what I think. And because it's definitely, this is serious business,
They could set that up in the kitchen.
Foodie is very serious business, guys.
I just think Salah puts a felt suit on and just runs around and spins her circles around the butt.
Ew.
Around Foodie, though?
Yeah, I mean that's
Okay.
That's the only way to get it clean. It will take in the
I
look.
know. I think he put it in the kitchen, and that's why we haven't seen the kitchen in a while. And you can just hose everything down in there.
Yeah, there's already a drainage vent. Like there's like an already drainage thing.
Exactly. It's a floor drain. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you stuff up the floor drain, where will the rats come from?
Salad's ass.
That's Lemmy Winks.
Yeah, but that one got out. Where are the other Harrys? Okay, that one got out.
The drain rats, you know, they've changed now. They don't have just drain rats anymore, Hannibal. They now have mummified hamsters underneath their couches, and that's how it goes. And it's just a collection. Like everybody's just so jealous of her chin collection, of her mummified hamster collection, of all of her collections. She has so many of them.
Jobs.
Yeah, and you know that she's just working on a new video. She's getting new caps of things stuck under folds. She's got we don't got no toilet paper. We got clean butts around here, and it's like, okay, so you just got like those rag mops with those string mops. She probably just has a couple of those jammed in there. So now her next videos when the lovers are picking them out, and like all those wonderful things that are foodie. Because, to her to think that, like, dude, when she had that last rage, I'm like, tell me you've changed. Tell me you've changed. Like, there's not a single fucking thing that's changed but your goddamn outfit and and like, oh, Jarish, you can only get in the Middle East. Oh yeah, I'm sure there's no Middle Eastern people with Middle Eastern heritage that are moved anywhere else in the world making Jarish.
There are definitely no Middle Eastern restaurants near major metropolitan areas either. None.
Yes, exactly. It's just they're never there. Like none of this exists. It's only available to foodie, and that's it. And but the thing with the whole mom thing and stuff, and like my nest, the way I am, my gooseness wants to just be able to make a video and go, hey, world traveler, when you make it back here, because it's a matter of time. She's coming back to infect the environment of Canada at some point. And I don't mind at all going up and telling her everything when she's like, oh, I dare you. It's like, dude, you can't reach past your tits. And you're telling me, and like, do you understand that when you strike somebody, that they strike back? Do you understand how that works? Or do you think you're Andre the Giant level, bitch slapping somebody? Because like there's just the level of delusion is like, I just want to know what color the sky is in her world. Like not the smoggy polluted one that she shows us, but like the actual in the diluted world that she lives in, what color is the sky? Is it like purple? Because I cannot understand where she even gets all this stuff from. And like
it's indigo now. That's indigo sky.
Yeah, indigo, exactly.
Both of you, it's mauve. That's crap.
I have no question.
And the thing too is like you're stepping up. You're so much closer to Allah and and positive vibes only, man, and all this shit. And then you go straight to violence. Like to me, that is you're just kind of if you go straight to violence, you just have nothing to you. Do you know what I mean? Like you did that's what I think. If somebody comes up to you and has a problem with you and they go straight to violence, you're like, whoa, dude, you're like, you're probably the easiest person in the world to just kind of work around because you're so easily triggered. But the end of the day is why are physical threats even brought up? Like I don't want where that came from.
I have
an idea.
I have no question that she would be one of those ones that if they were out at the bar, she would talk shit and they'd be like, my boyfriend's going to kick your ass.
Mm-hmm.
And she would be the first one to cry and call the cops as soon as somebody smacked her.
And that's why Salah now has a record of dining and dashing, as Foodie has been in there talking all that shit, and Salah just walks out.
Yep.
Based on what I've seen, Grateful, it wasn't an actual strike. It was a privacy violation, which means nothing's going to happen. If he rides out that 48-hour period after, YouTube will come in. If he doesn't take it down, he leaves it. YouTube will review it, and they will be able to, they'll nullify it.
He'll be fine.
But the thing is, though, didn't he strike him with his channel that's terminated?
I don't think he can.
Yeah, like he would have struck him when that video came, when Snowflake's video came out. The gingivitis donkey still had his channel.
Yeah.
So he's only had his channel gone for what, 3 days?
Something like that.
Something like that.
So,
but I do
yes.
know that Snowflake said that he could go to hell.
Oh, you can
That's
see
fair.
Mr. Snowflake was terrified, and he wasn't. Because I'm sure that the periodontal night terror has all the money to be able to do international fucking lawsuits, and the thing about it is, have you noticed? Like I was, because when I scroll on live, cause that's how I found you guys. To be honest. Was scrolling on live and going, what the fuck? I didn't even, no notifications came up for me or nothing. And I was like, what the hell's going on here? And, but when the gingivitis donkey comes up, I'm like, what the fuck? He's been getting like 1,000 views on his Natty Daddy channel. He's been getting more views on his Natty Daddy channel than he did, and it's monetized, than he did on his on his terminated channel.
He could be buying.
So I think Snowflake accidentally kind of boosted a little bit of views that way.
He may have, but that won't last.
Mhm.
It never does for him.
What was that? Wait, was that a cowboy commercial? What was that?
Yeah.
New Kevin Costner movie.
Okay, never mind. Go ahead. It's a Western Water World. Gotcha.
If it were, I'd actually see that, because that would be ridiculously bad.
Western Water World with postal, with delivering mail. Gotcha.
I think Waterworld's one of the best bad movies ever.
I think Waterworld was one of the best bad movies ever as well.
One thing I want to point out here,
awesome.
that when Foodie also is also making mention of like IRL confrontation. That's what I find really interesting here, because aside from the fact that we also see Yo Mama doing this, and it's for the same reason.
Yo Mama, I'm sorry.
It's because
natural response.
No, all good. 1, 2, 3, don't read. And let's see. So, but like the thing is that like they're both going for a whole deal of IRLing it because they can't handle their own shit that they're spewing online too.
Yeah,
that's a very, very, very big thing in my head. Because,
yeah, good point. Good point.
Because there's a level to which of it's in my head it's sort of like excessive force. There's an understanding of self-defense as long as you're not using excessive force to do it, then in which case it's going to turn into manslaughter on you. Like say, for example, someone comes at you with a baseball bat, you pull out a machine gun. That's excessive force. This is the same idea in my head, because this should be starting with words and this should be ending with words. Videos here and there, maybe some screenshots here and there, but this is a starts with words, end with words deal. And if you can't sit and stay in that, aside from the fact that you just declared I lost, your other version of this is, okay, we're going to determine the truth by who wins in a fight. Come on. What the hell is that shit?
I'm of the position, if she wants to take it there, she deserves whatever she gets.
You know what? I agree with this too. I'm not saying that they shouldn't, like, if she would decide to walk up on somebody and be like, whatever, and if she gets socked for it, fine. Please break her jaw if that happens. Please.
Her saying, I want FFG to come up to me and say that to my face.
Yeah.
Okay, FFG will do it. FFG.
She opened it. She opened the door to anybody.
Yeah.
Like she said, anybody. I'm anybody. Come on over. Because I'll tell you, I put the little clip from Shorzy on a couple of my videos, and I'll keep doing it, where they're like, you retaliate, you go for two, Liam. It's the first thing they teach you in hockey. Like, you don't, if you retaliate, you go for two, right? So like I can sit there and beak and chirp and beak and chirp, and I can say your mom should have swallowed and da, and I could have done this whole damn thing at her. And if she takes a swing, that's retaliation. You go for two. And that's the thing. So like, that's the thing about the Canadianness that I don't understand with her, is that she does not have the ability she thinks she's so clever and smart and intelligent and all these kinds of things, and everybody's so ignorant. Read a book, and it's like, dude,
No.
when's the last time you cracked a book?
I'm a-
You have a Quran that you have not read through, and you've been there for fuck near 2 years.
Hey,
I'ma
that
say
Quran
this.
holds a
Us to read a book?
vibrator, okay?
I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this for Goose, because you seem to understand life. You know that there's pros and cons to everything you do and say. The problem with Foodie is the entitlement, the security that she's felt throughout her life. And I'm gonna say this: it's the same way with her, Monty, and possibly even your mom. They have never had anyone actually touch them. They've never had anyone actually put real hands on them to
I
make them
agree.
understand that, hey, your behavior, your actions are out of line. I don't agree with it, and I am angry about it. So feel this fury. They've never actually felt the fury. And that's what the problem is. They don't understand that some of these things that they're saying, some of the things that they're doing, if they were around real people, if they were around some real individuals, family, friends,
got
or
fucked
whatnot,
up.
there would be some lumps that they would have to account for. And that's all I'm saying. So none of these individuals, and therefore it allows them to behave in this manner. It allows them to act like this. Because Foodie acts like she can't, like, I'm the biggest, baddest. Yes, ma'am, you may be the biggest and you may be the smelliest, but you are not the baddest. You are the doughiest.
It just speaks to me as to how chill Canadian people are, that she has not had her teeth fucking knocked in yet. Because if she were anywhere south of the border in the
If she
US,
was anywhere south of that Mason-Dixon line, there would be some issues with her.
wouldn't even have had to have been Mason-Dixon anywhere in the US. I've heard she popped off her mouth like that, somebody would have been knocked her block off. You know that.
Yeah.
Well, and it's very rural. Canada's like, I mean, I think even FFG brought it up recently, is like, you know, she kind of gets people to give this impression that Canada's this kind of like, that she is a Canadian and she's not just some little Cornwall dough ball sitting on a methane scented pillow. Do you know what I mean? She doesn't have this idea that Canada is a entirely huge country. It's like one of the, what is it? It's like the second largest landmass in the world. It's humongous, and most of it is rural. So you come up Beacon like that, and you show up and meet a farmer or a logger or like all the blue collar people. That any blue collar person, any regular blue collar working person that's out there getting shit done would she would just get eviscerated with words first in Canada for sure. She would definitely get eviscerated with words, and then the thing is that like I said, we beak, and then if you retaliate, you go for two. Like whether it's out for two or go for two or lay down for two or go to sleep for two, it's like you will go for two if you retaliate. So like that's
this is what I want. This is what I would imagine for Foodie. Like she likes to go out in these outhouses in these wilderness areas and so on and so forth.
Well, that's not wilderness. If it has pavement, it's not wilderness.
Well, if and ever she found herself in the wilderness, in the real wilderness, and she rolled up on somebody's let's just say steel. Let's just say she rolled up on somebody's steel. There's a very slight possibility that she's going to be able to run up out of there. And we speak with shells versus actual words. So you've trespassed. You are on somebody else's property. What happens there? You see how careful you need to be? You see how careful you need to tread? There's no friendly talk. Hey, neighbor, why are you on my property? I think you've extended.
Oh, that doesn't happen here either. We have something called PAL. I'm not going to kind of get into what PAL is, but PAL, it's just capital P, capital A, capital L in Canada is basically we have a right to carry too. So it's the same thing. And when you live rurally, that's the way it is as well. You don't have, and when it's rural and somebody rolls up on you, that is it's very Canadian sounding, but pal is our version of being able to defend ourselves. And we the thing about it is that she doesn't realize that a good majority, like, I see her as somebody driving through Canada and doesn't realize that most of it's rural. Like, it doesn't matter where she fucking goes. Let's be pals, eh? Exactly. That's exactly right. And and that's the thing is that, you know, she can be as tough as she fucking thinks she is. But dude, you walked, like, I always think about, I mean, I'm living on the island, right? I live on this island. So this island is what I'm going to use as a reference because I'm on this chunk of rock right now. We have the largest concentration of cougars in the world on this rock, and we have one of the highest concentrations of black
cougars.
That sounds like a lot of fun. I
Yeah.
do agree. That sounds like a lot of fun.
But both kinds, wow, like, but the thing is that she thinks that she can be all talk and whatever, but at the end of the day, the Canadian actual landscape would pwn the shit out of her. Do you know what I mean? Like, just the actual landscape. And it doesn't matter where she is. Imagine her in Arizona. Imagine her in fucking
Oh God, no.
imagine her in Texas. Are you kidding me?
See, here's the thing. Every time we've been going through these scenarios, I've been picturing another version of Little Haram Riding Hood, right? So, like, instead of having 3 bears, oh, you've just wandered onto, like, Jed Still. Oh shit. Like, just, yeah, like, I'm picturing this horribly.
Oh my God, that's gonna be so horrible for Little Haram riding hood. If she wanders up on Jed Still. Don't. That's a bad book.
Lord knows what Jed's on before even that still is even in question, right?
That's
like,
where. Hey, I know that movie was called Wrong Turn.
She ended up in Kuwait. Yes.
That's what that was. Yep.
Talked about, like, saying I just prefer to live here right now. It's like, well, yeah, because the rules of society say you can't be the gaping asshole that you want to be. Like,
No,
do you know what I mean? Because when she's there, she has to eat haram because or halal because it's there. That's the only thing she can eat. She can't go out being a mouthy bitch because she'd get arrested. You know, like, there's all that thing. She can't scream at Salah out there. She can't, like, remember when she said that the fucking stork-legged shit pump was chasing her around the car and she was running around the car? You're like, what fucking world are you running?
Yes.
What fucking world are you running? Yeah, and you're telling me that mathematics specialist isn't going to keep up to you? Like, what the fuck, you know? And like, so just the only reason she likes being there is because the rules are so strict and it's so hot that she has to stay inside and has to appear to look like she's making effort, where she's not. She's just literally hiding in an air-conditioned thing, just sitting there.
I disagree, and I'll say this. Foodie has always had the dream. This is her dream life of sitting there,
Yeah, that's true. That's true. This is her dream. So I guess
she has
you're right.
been
Correct.
allowed to do this, especially in Kuwait. Not to mention the fact that it's ultra hot. And here, let's be honest about it. Salah's not necessarily really confident in her, so he doesn't like to display her. So no, he's not gonna force her to go out or do anything. She's not driving.
Perfectly content with her staying home.
She's perfectly fine. And this is her dream. Again, this is her dream life, to be able to sit here, eat all day, and to film whatever she's doing. This is what
you're right.
stated.
I stand corrected.
With
That's
no
true.
repercussions.
And so
with no
nothing.
repercussions.
Now, when she's in
With
Canada,
no repercussions. That's exactly it. Inferno.
when she's in Canada, she has to face consequences with the taxes. She got this. She needs to be. Mom won't allow you to stream at her house. Aunt won't allow you to stream at her house. She can't afford a place on her own. Let's be honest about it. She can't go out and she can't live at 40 years old. She has put herself in a position where she can't live on her own. And therefore, the only place that she can go to sit in the house and to live out her so-called fantasy and dream is Kuwait with Salah, who doesn't
That's
really
true.
want her
I
because
think it's
there is a
both.
Canada
contract.
was definitely too much effort. Like that's why she even after the whole December 28th, 2023, by the way, everybody, you can just YouTube or Google it for the rest of time. Solid Zentel. That will always come up and it will always be there. And for her to go straight back, like it just shows that she couldn't put the effort into doing anything. Me personally, you know what I wanted to see? I wanted to see her living in a fucking RV. Remember when she was talking about van life? Like I'm legit laying in a van right now talking to you guys. Okay, so
Nice.
like there's the I would love to see her in a C-class RV with fucking Oliver strapped into the fucking passenger seat. Tell me this isn't content. Oliver in the passenger seat, his multiple heads and dicks sprayed awry all over the place, big piles of fucking fast food wrappers, and her just drive around from dispensary to dispensary to fast food all the way across Canada. Way fucking better.
Little
But
Haram
she-
Riding Hood's road trip.
Right? With the only man that ever would shut the fuck up and be okay with everything and not tell her to, because remember how he was, you must lose 100 kilos and all this kind of stuff. And remember
Right.
when they first got there, how he
still
was
think he's
eating
like
the
that.
chicken and
I
she
still
was
think he's
sitting
like
back
that.
so obediently staring at the chicken and he hands her that little corner of pita with the hummus on it. And she's like, yummy, fresh, creamy. You're like, what the fuck
And
is going
that's what
on?
we're seeing now. That's resurging, and that's what I say. I
Yeah.
still think he's like that, and I won't disagree with Inferno on this one. I think she throws things.
Yeah.
And so,
I totally think she flips her shit and throws shit. I totally
and so
do.
that could be like, okay, I don't
I
want to
think she
deal
does
with
too.
this. I don't want to have to. I don't want to have to. Salah's like, I don't want to deal with this for the most part. So
I think he was getting scripted that to lose the weight because she was supposed to be on a health journey after going there initially anyway. Although we know that how health journeys go, they right into the wall. But like, I think that's all scripted to make him look decent more than anything else. Because let's face it, this guy does not give a shit.
who is
Pun
he going to
optional.
look
he
decent
absolutely
to?
doesn't.
Who is he trying to look decent to?
Oh, anybody who could possibly be reaching out to him potentially from the audience itself. Like this guy is
His
pretty much got
upgrade.
his own.
He wants to look
Yeah.
decent to his upgrade.
Yeah,
I would
whoever
say
that could
this.
be.
I would say this at this point. Anybody that is still on his side or thinks that he looks decent, then they just don't care about what he has going on or don't care because all the information
Dude,
is out there.
Dee exists, and Dee took on the fucking stork-legged shit pump hang glide
And
on a
she
Dorito,
obviously
fucking
does not
useless
care.
little pukes.
She doesn't
Pardon me?
care. She
But
doesn't
Yeah,
care.
that's true.
But I did
That's
tell
true.
you what I thought, though, that if you'll think about it, it'll be him using that later. I lost my wife and I tried so hard to save her. I'm just a poor widow. Feel bad for me.
That's
and
really
you
tough
know
to
he's
tell
going to
another
tell all
guy,
the gross
though.
stories. He's just going to have a fucking, just a cold tea version of fucking the Gingivitis Donkeys channel. Like, that's all it's really going to be. Like, we don't know what the answers are, right? Like, we've called everything for years. And at this point, until I get dewormed of the fucking brain parasite that is her lore, I'm gonna know too much about this shit, and I just kind of wanted to
Well,
just
here's the
be
thing.
like, what the
I don't
fuck?
even know if it's a good idea for him to even come on and even bother because either A, he's gonna like basically make sure it's all about her so he can keep his ass clear, or he's just gonna try to wash himself of this entirely.
If
Yeah,
it's
that's
about,
true.
it's going to run out eventually, kind of like body by meth over there.
Or Allah.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, basically Allah came on to try to be put in as a plant to the community as far as I'm concerned.
If you want to be
Especially
honest with it, he's the reason her channel is tanking.
in part.
He
A
is the reason.
1,000%.
It's a
Nobody-
1,000%.
Nobody likes him. He has zero personality. Of course, everything he says sounds scripted. And on top of all of that, he has grape and shit piss pant fantasies with women. So I'm not sure how you come back from that or which What's your comeback
Well,
arc?
you know, there's going to be some other desperate fucking woman that goes, I could change him.
And of course, that woman would also fit that
If he
characteristic.
just had a life with me and I made him my coconut cream pie or whatever the fuck, then
That's right.
then everything he would fall in love with me and he would realize and I can save him the same way that he would do the whole I tried to help her thing, right? Like there's gonna always be
And that
another
didn't change the fact
desperado.
that she didn't know about what he said. She didn't know about what he's done. She didn't know about she doesn't care. That's the same person that you're speaking of that does not care what he has already done. That's the person that's the Dee. That's the Dee.
And she lied to him. I've been talking to Pete. I lied to you. I've been talking to Pete.
We're not
like
talking about those. We're talking about a completely random, unsuspecting
the
person.
unsuspecting. The other. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
If there is somebody that will take on body by meth, there is somebody that will take on scat.
Absolutely.
Imagine to that person thinking to themselves, "Oh, I just need to teach him the Bible." Like,
I just.
Going up
I hope it's an Odinist. I hope an Odinist comes and tries to take.
Oh my God! If he met a male Asartru who is into him, that would be so funny. That would be amazing.
Him showing up with Mjolnir.
It fits in my pee hole too. Like just.
This just went way left, y'all.
A little
Well,
bit.
it's a very serious business, guys. This is very, very serious business. You know, foodie is very serious. We are very concerned. We wait our whole lives. Remember when the whole thing went on with Scatbot? Well, it happened. You all waited your whole lives. Yeah, I waited. I'm fucking 50 years old. I waited half a century for an idiot to get duped by a fucking scammer. Yep. You're right. I waited my whole fucking life.
I can just picture how the Tinder conversation went. Hey, you're a relationship scammer, right? I've got a deal for you. Send.
Well, it was just that was less than it was like weeks after Mateen.
Let's see. Mateen was about a month before, and she had Turkish married guy on her for about a week to a week and a half before meeting.
Oh shit! She slept with immigrant workers the day after the first hijab on the ferry on the way back. You know, so like we this is and then when was her citizenship bees? When was that? That was like that was. Not long before him too.
Oh, she's done scrubbed that. So,
well, she can't remember anything, and it's hilarious because it's like, dude, watch your fucking videos.
Yeah,
you monetized it and put it on publicly for the planet. How do you forget this shit? Like, you want to watch some reaction channels? Go check out some archive channels if you want to remember your own past. Like,
August 22nd, 2022.
Okay.
There we go.
That makes sense.
Thank you. See,
she was talking for a little over a month.
Meandering thoughts.
Exactly. That's what I mean. She can watch archive channels to figure her life out. Like, it's crazy.
Was that the date that Salah cheated?
No, that was December. That was January.
December
28th.
That's when she was high on the couch saying, "Who wants citizenship?"
Yeah. Oh, and then she met Salah. How long after that?
Wait.
He was in October.
Yeah, roundabout.
Are you sure? Because she said they talked a week.
Because remember, she was getting her Freddy Krueger costume, and she needed to make it modest because she wanted to be a fairy. Or remember, she had her little yellow wig that she was like, "Oh, I just want to be really slutty." And then it was like because she had her tits out in the morning, and then in the evening she had the blanket.
Right there where the tits come out, don't recall anything. Nope. It's like the Men in Black thingy just neuralized me right there. Don't recall anything when the tits come out.
Hannibal just saw a flash and it was over.
People are not going to want to be first on my chats at all. Hi, someone, Steph. J-Boy, Gucci Gamer Girl. That title, though, really? Gemini Gem, Peter Beauty, Alexis.
Somehow she looks so much smaller.
Golden Girl, Van
She's not in Kuwait yet.
Randy,
Oh.
Rochelle, GB, Lambo. I'm so happy to see you guys. I'm a little burnt. Just beaving a little bit, and it's so good at DTF. Getting ready for payday with the title. Let's see.
You know how when you leave those biscuits out after you open the can up and they just turn a little bit brown from the.
Come on, dude. Hi, Chase.
You hadn't baked them yet.
What are you doing? It's so good to see all you guys, honestly. How do you know?
Somebody said to her to stop adding Egyptian men on Facebook, and that was her response.
Well, the thing I found interesting too is her rage video that she had the picture of a sphinx with Julia's face on it. Where's a sphinx? Which country has sphinx? Like
Egypt. Not only that, but like
Narnia.
Egyptian religion is haram, so technically she shouldn't be throwing that up there either.
Narnia and the made-up land of Mother.
Yeah, and it just, and then when she got Oliver. When she was going to get Oliver, remember where she was going to name him? Everybody thinks it's Reginald. It wasn't Reginald. Reginald was the original one. She went in because Oliver was on sale. So she was going to get Oliver. He was on sale. And then she was going to rename him. And then she went, I'm going to call him Reggie. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's fucking creative considering the first one was called Reginald, you dipstick. And then but then she was going to call it Homo. Do you remember who Homo is? That is the gingivitis donkey's brother's name. So she was going to call her fucking silicone sex doll Homo. Like, she was going to name the Middle Eastern styled sex doll after the fucking periodontal night terror's brother. Like, what the fuck is going on? And then showing the Sphinx. Like, what? There's so many things she doesn't even realize what she's doing. But I mean, that's what happens. Just don't tell me that a body that unhealthy doesn't have cognitive decline, like that doesn't have brain that's not functioning.
I mean, I spoke about it, especially with the blood sugars being unchecked like that, it does affect your mental health. I mean, it makes you completely act out of sorts, and an excessive amount of sugar floating around in the system, it affects the brain without fail. And not saying that she'll live fucking long enough to experience it, but people with dementia have they claim that Alzheimer's is another form of diabetes. So
yes, they do.
There you go. Here she is, she's tempting fate with it. Let's say she got lucky enough to live to a point where she starts to have actual cognitive decline. Right. There is a full-on connection to it. But we're already seeing it with her. We already see it.
And I think it's not like she's ever been sharp as a tack. Like, no. I don't think she's ever been sharp as a tack. It just never existed.
Let me ask this, because now that you mentioned that, and it is, dementia has been brought up as a form of diabetes. So could it be that the spike in blood sugars on a consistent basis, up, down, could damage the cognitive abilities over time, which then eats holes in your brain and causes dementia, basically, due to excess sugar deposits, excess glucose?
I mean, there's a reason why they tell you that anything in excess is not good for your body, because it does damage. I mean, realistically, she's got, for her, it's probably going to be more a vascular problem than a blood sugar issue. Because having the blood sugars that high, it damages the vasculature throughout the entire body. That's why our kidneys are fucked. That's why our legs look the way they do. That's why our eyesight is shot. It affects everywhere that you get blood flow, everywhere. And your brain is no more or no less susceptible to that than any other part of the body.
I would think it would be more so in this instance, especially if the body is taking so much damage. The brain is also going through the same effect that the rest of the body is. So if you're saying that the kidneys and all this is being damaged, what's the blood vessels in the
bring
brain
those up
be
first. I bring those up first because in the kidneys and the eyes, the vasculature is very, very fragile. It's very particular. It doesn't take much for you to have damage when you have issues with blood flow to those areas.
I personally think like that if she doesn't, like, I'm still surprised she hasn't had anything like happen when it comes to like organs and all of that stuff. But to me, like, I made that one little video but I think about it all the time because like my whole world revolves around tendons and ligaments. When you deal with horses, all you worry about is tendons and ligaments. If a horse, fucks up a tendon, that's it. They're out. They're out for a while, right? And my brain thinks like all she has to do is literally like have a dangling ankle, or blow out a knee or something. And that, because I've had my left foot basically was on backwards when I had my wreck in 2009. So like my leg has been kind of reconstructed to face forward again. And I can tell you that if that happened to her, she would not have a leg from knee down probably at this point. You know what I mean? Like there's no way that her tendons and ligaments are they've just been maxed because her hip flexors, everything, all of her tendons and ligaments are maxed.
You recall that fall up the steps? You recall that fall when she was walking up the steps with Salah and she fell? That was legitimately almost a game ender for her. If she would have hit the right way, if she would have hit her shin the right way, or if she would have hit basically around her kneecap area, where, like you're saying, those tendons, she could have dislocated her kneecap and boom, that would have been.
Oh well, the patellar ligament over top of her patella, like that patellar ligament. And the way she did it was like a 2-stage slip. Like because she can't lift her knees up because she's got the fucking fupa balls in the way. Because she can't lift her knees, the likelihood of her actually just like hyperextending or something, those like I see that, like when I watch her just biomechanically walking, you're just like, dude, if you don't get taken out by your organs or your diet or, any of that kind of systemic stuff, you're going to get taken out mechanically. And then mechanically, you're going to end up, you're not going to be able to come back from that. And that's what I see. Because, I was on crutches for 9 years. I built a farm. Like this picture of me doing this winking guns here, that was at my farm when I was redneck tippy. I ran that farm for 10 years with a leg brace and crutches. Because I re-injured my knee 1,000 times, and now I can walk and now I can do all that stuff. But like that takes a lot of time, and it also takes a lot of like fucking cool story, go feed, shut the fuck up, Buttercup, Gen X, fucking get it done, bitch, kind of stuff. And she just doesn't have that.
She's not built like that.
She's not Gen
She's
X
just not.
either.
No.
Granny says
exactly.
Blood clots. I'm gonna go with blood clots is going to be her number one fatal silent enemy right there because
didn't she have deep vein thrombosis already?
Yes.
Oh my god.
And a pulmonary embolus, so it broke off and it traveled. So, ideally, I've been saying stroke. I think between the blood sugars making her blood basically the equivalent of syrup, because it's, add to it, she's already got hypertensive problems and she's choking down salt like nobody's business. Her heart's having to work even harder to push that sludge through her body. So eventually,
Did you see the new Sansa Cook's little short video, the one that was 2 minutes long that she just made today on that Chinese food, that Chinese Filipino thing? It's like a 2-minute long video. it was really short. And it's to me, I understand. Sansa is so fucking nice, and she is so much nicer than I, like way nicer. But she was a little bit snarky, so I was like, yeah, But when she did that one, that meal, she said that was 3,314 milligrams of sodium in that one fucking meal. That's insane. Yeah,
well, they
this
did the
one.
brown rice. They did the brown rice. There's automatically going to be more sodium in the brown rice.
In case you missed it, Foodie has completely flipped the script and is back to doing mukbangs. Her latest one is Chinese with a bit of a Filipino flair. Hold on, this is driving me crazy. Let me fix this. Okay, so that's better.
I love it.
Let's take a look at what she got, discuss the macros, and then finish up with a little bit of commentary. You ready? Let's go.
I'm eating Chowking, which is a Chinese Filipino chain, and it's a very popular chain in the Philippines. Apparently, it's popular.
Chowking is a popular chain in the Philippines.
So this is lumpiang, which is like Filipino spring rolls. It has chicken and vegetables inside. I forget the name of these. I think it's jiaomei. I'll have to put the name here. Dumplings with meat inside, fried rice, or fan, which is like Chinese word for fried rice with some soy sauce. And I have wonton soup. So bismillah, let's eat. Let's get into it. I've been craving Chinese. So let's try this.
Hospital trip tomorrow.
I'm going to do something a little different, and I'm going to spare you all of the chomping and moaning and groaning. It's really gross. It was pretty difficult to find the nutritional information for Chowking, so I did the best that I could. When I couldn't find the data, I used generic data from Nutritionics. Based on the information I was able to find and cobble together, I think that this meal has at least 1,182 calories, 28 grams of fat, 3,315 milligrams of sodium.
Oh, that's a lot of sodium.
3 grams of carbs,
Holy
12
shit.
of which are sugar, and 43.5 grams of protein.
I mean, did she eat any rice with her soy sauce?
These are the real numbers. You know how sometimes people say that something is a love letter to something else? Well, this meal is a big ol' F you to Foodie's internal organs. Now remember, whether she talks about it or not, Foodie still has type 2 diabetes, an enlarged heart, hypertension, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. I mean, the list goes on and on. Now, the worst thing is, this meal coming from this restaurant is probably the worst food she could have possibly ordered. And on the menu, they have lots of different options, including things with, oh my God, vegetables. So the next time she talks about not wanting processed food or how much she loves broccoli, remember this meal. Sorry this one's so short and kind of a little snarky, but it's Friday night and I've got stuff to do. Drop me a line in the comments and let me know what you think. I'd love to hear from you.
Alrighty. She basically had every one of our daily allotments for sodium today.
Yeah, for everybody on panel. Yeah, like yeah, that's crazy.
That's what I was saying about the whole issue with brain damage. I mean, it ideally blood sugar and the sodium intake, it's going to lead to hardening of the arteries, which is going to make it harder for her brain tissue to receive blood flow, which creates an ischemic stroke. Ideally,
That makes sense.
No,
like I figure with her, it's either going to be a stroke or it's going to be something to do with I got injured, I'm bedbound, then stroke.
Yeah,
exactly. That's what I think too. I think it's going to be something like I feel like it's going to be something mechanical, and then everything else is just going to domino effect.
Yeah,
like it's just
Yes, and that's the reason why, like when ALR pulled her, I have torn ligaments. It's like, bitch, you have a sprained ankle. You have a sprained ankle.
You have a fucking sprained ankle. I had I had my ACL, my basically every ligament and tendon and meniscus was like when my my leg happened, and I was like, "Is my leg broken?" They're like, "Oh, you're gonna wish your leg was broken." Like that's what they said to me because it tore off a piece of my calf and it also tore off a piece of my hamstring because my foot went on backwards basically. So like, and like it was backwards. Like I looked at it because shock is awesome. So like I looked at it and I flipped over in the mud to line it up because then my brain was like, okay, it's fixed. Like, you know how you're like shock does that? You're like, oh, it's fixed now. It's facing the right way now. But when they reconstructed it all, it like that was the like, and I've had a lot of injuries, like a lot. I've broke. Like, I'm a horse trainer. Like my whole body's been X-rayed a gajillion times. Like I've been hurt a lot, and that is definitely the most painful thing I've ever gone through. So like when the whole thing with the dangling ankle, that with the ligament, like you did not fucking ligaments hold bone to bone, tendons hold muscle to bone. There's no way that you snapped a ligament, ALR, because you would still be fucked. Like to this day, you would still be fucked.
I'll tell you what killed me about that whole dangling ankle thing is I was like, ma'am, there are people who sprain a fucking ankle and then go to work the next day.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know,
same with sciatica.
Yeah.
I've done it.
I have rode through whole shifts on my feet with sciatica. The only time it bothered me is when I sat down.
That's what makes it crazy. That's what makes it crazy too. Because I was doing lifting shit when I had sciatica crap going on. The weird part about it is I would like wake up, have some kind of like the achy going on, and thinking to myself, "Oh, it's gonna be one of those days." Then when I get out of work, it was one of those deals where I get home, get back in the car, get out. I'm like basically back to okay again. Just have a little CBD and make sure I order some lamb and eat it before I go to sleep. I was good. That's what made it crazy to me. But it's workable.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what's so insane to me is that like Foodie doesn't seem to think that sort of thing can happen to her. My dad just got through having knee surgery to repair two tendons that he tore. He was walking from his house to his shop and he slipped on a wet leaf and he twisted his knee. And do you know he tried to walk around on that thing for like a month before he actually went to get seen about?
Because he's a real man, a manly man.
Hey, he's a fucking hard-headed motherfucker is what he is.
Well,
but
that's what we call
it was
each other.
nothing. He probably thought it was nothing and it could heal easy. That's all.
Right. And that he made that assumption. But
no, he just threw some dirt on it and walked it.
He's 60 years old. And he had to have full-blown surgery for it and ended up hobbling around on crutches for a month. And he's in far better health than her. So for some reason for her to think that she's exempt from this is just kind of mind-blowing to me. I mean, she's not living in a bubble. She's not John Travolta living in a little plastic bubble protecting her from everything. She's got to start using some common sense.
And for somebody who's online, it's shocking. Like the amount of knowledge that is all the human knowledge ever existed is at her fingertips. She sits online and all she does is watch videos on herself. Like, how do you not like go shit? You know, like when she said, oh, well, this is scary. Like, I got to think about this and no more mukbangs, no more this. And then like, I mean, if we do like a rundown in what happened in the last 7 days, like, what the fuck?
You know what? 2 weeks. Let's take it back. 2 weeks.
Goose,
okay, 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
But 2 weeks. 14 days? Like, what? Like, how? There's got to be, like, how does she not think that she needs help? That's the thing that gets me the most. Like, you've never made a good fucking choice in your life. Like, look at you and tell me you've made a good choice one time. Like I can't
she hasn't had to face consequences for anything because she technically, for her, hasn't been caught in a way that could be like pushed on her in some way that she would have to conform to. That's my only thought towards that one as to why.
That's true. And you, if you make a mistake, you got to own it and be able to say, "This is my mistake. I've learned from this mistake." But if you've never made a mistake, I guess you can't own it and you can't learn. So I guess if you're a mistakeless human being, then everything, but you know,
part that got me, and Inferno was on the stream with us, she was like, everybody out there is idiots. And I'm like, bro, just in this one stream, we've got people with a grand total. We totaled it almost 100 years of experience taking care of human body.
87 years total for medical experience.
For just the people in the chat talking to us and me. I was like, first off, not everybody out here can be idiots. You're going to have to listen to somebody. And it's not going to be picking and choosing who you listen to, especially when you've got everybody saying the same thing.
In defense of Foodie, if that person is not Little Debbie, Uncle Ben, or Aunt Jemima, then we don't listen to them.
Or Dr. Pepper.
Or your mama.
That's what I was just going to say.
Or Dr. Pepper.
I'm sorry for all the sniffing, y'all. My allergies is jacked today.
You're good.
Oh, it's not just you. I promise, it's not just you over there.
Tis the season. You're okay.
It's killing me. My eyeballs too.
Well, I'm happy. I'm happy that the cork bobber swimming had stopped, because that was kind of looking a little bit like, because my brain too, like watching that and then seeing Scatbot sitting there going, I am the lifeguard. You're like, the lifeguard? Tell me how you're going to get her out of the fucking pool. You're like, you didn't even try to save her life when she was waterboarding herself. You didn't even try.
He just did his nails. He's not going in that pool.
Yeah, exactly. He's got to wait.
Sorry.
Everything's got to dry first. Yeah.
I don't know what security jobs entail there in Canada, but here in the United States, if you happen to get a job with security, your main function, and they will let you know, especially unarmed security guards, your main function is for observation. Therefore, even though Salah may have said he was lifeguarding, I think he meant security guarding, and therefore he was there for observation, meaning not to intervene. No, not to intervene, but to only observe and to document.
Yeah, and report to the insurance company. Yeah.
Yeah, he wants to be able to say, the EMS shows up and hauls her ass out of the pool. Here's what happened.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, she's more than 5 pounds.
But my thing is, like, what if something did happen? Like, I know basic first aid, horse first aid. Fuck, I can tell you all of it. Human first aid. I just know the basic stuff that we got to learn for when we're, because when you're doing stuff with, when people get hurt riding horses all the time. So you have to have like a basic first aid. But my brain goes, how hard, Salty, is it to give CPR to somebody like that? Like, if she required CPR, like, would he actually be able to throw enough breath in there to raise her like, look at all the weight on her chest.
A machine. There's
not
a machine.
Not even discussing breathing. He wouldn't be able to do compressions on her effectively.
No.
That's what I was thinking. Like, compressions, or like, would he have to just like get a leaf blower and stick it in there to kind of like to get her fucking chest to raise up?
He is
like,
not without some sort of mechanical intervention. He would not be able to compress her enough to be able to actually make her heart beat.
Now, without some sort of mechanical intervention, I would 100% agree, unless, and hear me out clearly, unless he just so happened to place her right in the middle of the squared circle and he was able to access each and every turnbuckle, therefore dropping the elbow within 3 seconds. Yeah. As he drops every the elbow, he gets every 3 seconds, he just runs up to the next turnbuckle and keeps dropping the elbow.
That's right. And then if he rubs it, it's atomic.
I got it.
Okay. Do you know how hard this shit is right here? This shit is hard.
She would need something like this. Not this, but what they're fixing to set up. No, because look at how narrow that dummy is. And it is incredibly taxing to do CPR even on the most average person. This is what would be necessary.
for foodie.
Shit.
Yes.
So you
And-
were
and
like,
that's
I
possibly
didn't
not even
realize
going
there
to
was
fit
an
around her.
actual holy shit, there's an actual machine for compressions?
Yes, and that
Holy
will not actually fit around her. That will not possibly. That won't possibly even compress her all the way to make
That
her
might fit around her leg.
So
Wow.
Let me see,
what-
because I don't.
And
One
then
thing I
like
gotta say
how
in
much
salads-
because you would have to actually raise her, like you would have to actually like to fill her lungs even with air, like how hard that alone would be tough enough, I think, to even.
This is saying I hear that the Lucas device doesn't have a weight limit, but it has to have at least a particular the max chest circumference
a circumference, right? It can't have a weight limit, but it has
or
to
width.
have a
Excuse me, max chest width.
circumference. Same thing. I mean, well, circumference would take into width, height.
Well, this
and
one right
that would be
here.
the density, right?
Let me see. I found it. There's another one. Max weight on this 330 pounds. They got it to fit on somebody.
What is that one? What is that one right there? That's the 330.
That's 320.
Oh,
the guy right here, our hairy boy in the middle. He's 330. He's 6'5", 330.
6'5", 330. I need a 5'2", 500-pound
This
person.
guy right here, but look at the difference between the two. You got the one on the bottom here. This guy's 5'10" and 320. Look at the difference in circumference just between the two of them based on their height.
Yeah.
And then and that I would imagine isn't even going to go up and down as far, and like just because of and like I said, you're going to have to fire up a fucking Husqvarna fucking leaf blower just to get it in her mouth, a razor goddamn to give her fucking air. Like it's unbelievable.
I gotta give
I mean,
Salad
those
credit,
kinds of
though.
things are what I think about when I hear that kind of shit, right? It's like, oh my God, you can't do shit. You won't be able to do shit, Scapon.
But I've got to give Salad credit for
there's
this. At
nothing he
least
can
he
do
was
anyway.
in situations where he could easily say, it was an accident, you caught it on film. So to his credit, he actually pulled that off quite nicely that week with the pool and the stairs. Because he already had the
security. He's security.
The suck part I agree with. But when it comes down to the pills, I'm sorry, when it comes down to the pills, I'm talking about foodie, yes. So when it comes down to the vids that she did, no, Salad's did a great job at piggybacking on her content for it was an accidental death, I swear. You have it on film. That's what I got to up Salad for on that one. He was really trying that week.
I mean, my brain because I mean, I used to say this when I was redneck hippie, like when I was in, like when this picture was taken. I was making videos on both ALR and Foodie. This is when I first discovered how mean Foodie was. Like just how like she was when she was out. I mean, you could see that when she was with BB, how fucking mean she was.
Mm-hmm.
But with ALR, I used to have my pony Mocha in the background, and I would be like, ALR, you do understand that like you weigh 2/3 of what my fucking lesson pony weighs. What I teach kids to ride on, you fucking weigh 2/3 of that. I legitimately have a saddle and a girth that will fit Foodie Beauty, and I'm not joking. It's in my fucking work van. I can legitimately saddle her with a girth and a saddle right now. 2 different saddles. You want to ride Western or English? It's up to you. But like, there's no way that my brain thinks about like pony stuck in wells and stuff like that when I see her in the pool. Like, you would have to like sling her under the arms and like tie her to the fucking ladder because you're not going to get her out. You're not going to get her out. He couldn't even lift her up in the water. When he went to pick her up when she fell down the stairs, he grunted. Like, like he, like how is he going to do this? Like, what help is he? If she fell in the desert, if a camel actually kicked her, remember when she was walking around on the fire on the frying pan? And,
camel kicks.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, and that camel did not kick her. Okay, I've been kicked. I can tell you.
No, the camel didn't kick her, and the camel didn't puke on her like we wish that the camel would.
Oh my God, I would have loved to see a genuine spit.
And I had, oh my God, that would have been
a genuine
there's
spit
no way she
straight
could
in
have
her
got away
face
from that, right?
Oh,
she could not
and
have
it would
escaped the getting of
stink.
camels. Oh my god!
She'd
And
be making
imagine that
some
only
gross
little
hijab
dribble
cheese with
thing.
that fucking hijab, I'll tell you.
I think Salah would have left her in the desert that day. I think he would have.
What and
I
how?
think
What
he
would he do?
legitimately left.
What would he do?
You
Hose
just
her
have to go back
down.
home. Go back home. That's it.
Like, what
Hose
can
her
you do?
down. That's all. Hose her down and bring her some new clothes because that's not coming in my car. Camel guts.
Dude, I can tell you from experience what camelid spit tastes like. It feels like, it tastes like, because when they spit it in your fucking face, you get it in your mouth and your eyes. Because I've been spit on by llamas, and llamas it's cud, like because they're ruminants, right? So they pull up cud like a cow, that's what they do is they pull it up. So they pull it up and they re-chew it, and that's what they do. So when they spit, it's legitimately looks like that. You know what's on the bottom of a lawnmower? Like you know how like you wet grass on the bottom of a lawnmower? Yeah, it's exactly what it consistency is like, but it is like it's from the inside of a fucking camel. So it would have just, but the thing that got me the most there is like she goes, spit on me, and then he's like, it's a girl. Because she's like, boobs, like this, like she just points and says, boobs. Like,
well, he has sex with the camels, so he can tell them that he could gender them from behind very easily.
Very easily. And then that's next to the fucking oasis. The oasis. You mean the fucking runoff water from the quarry, you fucking idiot? Like, is that where she's gonna wash the camel spit off? Is in the fucking grody fucking runoff puddle? Like,
it's still cleaner.
Well, at least they might run into sea snakes, because that's what they worry about when they're out in the desert, is running into sea snakes.
So no, there's other shit they got to worry about in the desert than sea snakes. Like, I love the fact that she doesn't get to water because she thinks like a bunch of sea snakes are just gonna like wait there to attack her. Like, but no, there's more shit in the desert that she has to worry about. Like, one of the few breeds of scorpions that actually will kill you. The fat-tailed scorpion floats around out there. She's got a version of a cobra out there. She's got a few different versions of vipers out there. She's got hyenas out there. She's got jackals out there.
What does that mean as spider? That desert spider thing? That big.
There's got to be spiders. I mean, black widows are everywhere too.
Black
right?
widows are everywhere, but I think you're talking about a solifugae, the camel spiders, which aren't actually spiders.
Yes, the camel spider.
Yeah, they're not harmful to people when it comes down to what they do.
What you mean? They will give me a straight heart attack before.
Dude.
But
I have been willing fucking camel spiders since I heard Kuwait. Because they go for the shadow, they chase the shadows of things, right? To look for the cool. So that's what they're doing. So imagine the fucking shadow she's casting out there.
They're huge out there also. However, they're also nocturnal out there too, from what I recall from looking this stuff up. So like when it comes down
they've been out there at night some.
But camel spiders are basically, they go after small rodents, bugs, certain lizards, that kind of stuff. They don't really, their bite doesn't fuck you up. They're just huge and menacing.
I just want to see her get chased by one.
It would be enough, but
that's all I want to see is the chase.
It would not kill her. Imagine just her getting a bite of some kind on one of those two stumps that she calls a leg. And that would be enough to set that immune system off kilter.
Yeah, of course. I guess. Yeah, it would oh my God, I would. Yeah, I kind of forget about that kind of stuff.
Because
a lot of times there'll be people that I've taken care of in the prison system, in the ER, you name it. They come in, they're like, I think I got bit by a spider, and it's a huge ass staph infection on their leg. And it's like, bro, you didn't get that from no spider. Sorry. And them will be the ones that you got to cut it and drain it and pack it and all that other stuff.
I smell it.
Yep.
Stop.
I know you do. I'm sorry. I was not trying to.
And it's like, remember when she got the fucking boil packed in Thailand? My brain just thinks about, I only think about animals, right? Because that's what I experience every day. So if we have to pack a wound, that's a big fucking wound. If you're packing a wound, it's big enough to put shit in it. You know what I mean? That's
I don't even know if
crazy.
she got that. That's the
And the
thing.
thing is,
I get that, but I don't think that.
and
other
if something
people
did get a hold of her, the thing is you can almost guarantee that the sensation in her feet and her legs is not on par. So she probably wouldn't even notice it until it got outrageous.
Especially because she's flopping around in those scuba Steve fucking flippers and shit out in the desert there with her shoes that are all turned up. They're way too fucking long for her. Like when you see her bend down to see those to pet those cats and rub all that feral carrier disease all over her face. When she's doing that, you see that her feet look huge, like because her feet are so wide, they're so wide that because they're those weird rectangle feet, and like her shoes are, she's just whatever can fit the width. She doesn't get proper shoes. So
I
when
think that she buys a size bigger than she actually needs to wear in order to compensate for the width, because
I
her
agree.
foot is so fat. And so the width of her foot is bigger than most shoes would carry. Only New Balance or special Rockports would make a width of the foot that big for somebody. And she's wearing some Skechers, which they're pretty flexible. Don't get me wrong. They're pretty flexible, but they're not going to compensate for the width and the fatness of her foot.
And when she walks, she scoops her toes.
Bigger.
And when she's going upstairs, like in that one video, and you're going upstairs, like you're walk on the ball of your foot. And like when you're going up a stair. Well, if your shoe is an inch too long, when you're going up a stair, you're literally on your toe joints. You're not on the ball of your foot. So when she's walking, it's like she's wearing flippers going up a stairs.
But that's the thing. She doesn't walk flat. You can tell based on like how her shoes are worn. She walks on the outside edges of her feet.
Yeah, she rolls over. Like she just, she's just, that's why I think it's going to be a tendon or a ligament sometimes when I watch her. Because especially when she's staring at the camera going, hi, and waving every 7 fucking seconds. Who the fuck does that? Like, hi.
All right. Has anyone seen Casino? The movie Casino?
Yes.
All right. Remember that whole deal of what happened when they caught the guys trying to cheat at cards?
Yes. Yeah.
She needs to have that happen to her anytime she starts moving her hands around too much. Yeah. They basically hammered the hand.
They knocked his hand in the hammer. Yeah. Do you deal with your left or right hand?
That would be even better. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the thing, that waving and they saying hi to everything all the time is like you're 40, right? Like what the fuck? And you're a road hard, put away wet 30-year-old is like, what the fuck are you guys just sitting there waving at each other all the time? Wait. Like that's when she was at that tower, you see those two people in the background kind of staring, like the two guys that are working with they must have been cleaning something or whatever. They have a bucket and stuff. They're standing there looking. Can you imagine what she looks like waving at a camera and this dipstick standing there with his fucking weird porn mustache taking videos of her, and they're both waving at each other saying hi 100 times? What the fuck? They're like, oh, look. The special, look at they're all out here. They're going for a visit. That's nice, and that's got to be what it is. They're taking her. It's got to be like he's taking his mom out, or they're having a nice little what the fuck. It was so weird. Who says hi 500 times?
I can explain that one really easy. She's taking cut segments and dropping them in at random points. Like, mind you, she's been doing this whole deal where she's filming random bullshit all the time. Like, for example, the most recent one I can think of was when she cut to the cat footage over to saying hi to Julia for no reason. So that way she could basically offset what she was already talking about and then jump to something else. She's always dropping in some kind of useless, stupid footage. So the deal with her doing hi all the time is part of the proof of her just like putting footage together from various clips of what she's taking while she's walking around and doing stuff. And this is from the stuff that passes to get onto these videos, not the stuff that fails, mind you.
I can't believe she edits that and puts it in. Like
I can't either, but she does. It's filler space.
The fucking backwards elliptical. I'll never fucking get over. That's my new fucking desk mustard, because the because the backwards elliptical is her, a 30-year-old guy, 29, sorry, rode hard, put away wet, 29-year-old at that time,
He's already
taking
rimless.
videos. Then they'll go 1 more minute, honey, or whatever, and she's going backwards on a fucking elliptical. Then they go upstairs. Then they rewatch it. Then they edit it. Then they post it, and it's still fucking backwards. Like, what are you doing?
We're supposed to be stupid, remember? So, like,
Yeah.
that's the idea. We're supposed to be idiots.
Oh, I forgot I'm a brain dead zombie.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Even though our channel has no, even though multiple channels in regard to who is sitting here right now have nothing to do with cult-like behavior that's functionally applicable.
No cult-like behavior.
None.
I don't think I could handle being in a cult because I don't like being told what to do.
If I'm not running it, it's gonna suck. That's all.
But
I'm
what
gonna
if
say.
you were the one telling people what to do? Would you then reconsider?
Maybe, but I don't really like people to agree with me all the time either.
Well, yeah, you're not cult material.
It would get old.
All right, everyone, we're just going to announce this now. Hannibal is going to be opening the Cult of Hannibal. It's going to be a good time. What?
Not too soon. Too soon.
What do you mean too soon? We're going to drop it on Monday.
Wait, too soon. This is 48 hours, man. Just 72. We get just too soon.
I was inspired by the merge.
It's okay.
Thank you. You always used to get out of that. It's awesome now.
It's all due to anal Jesus that this is all that we can. Thank you, Salty.
Nutty, you can't have a cult of one, but trying to get like people to pay into that sucks.
That look was priceless.
I am never going to live that down.
No, you're not. Praise the merge, you're not.
Which is fine. I cannot help how country I sound, and I cannot help how y'all take what I say.
We love it.
Anally. That's how we took it.
No shit.
I was just
And then
gonna
we ran-
say
then-
that. I was
Then we
just
ran
gonna
with it. And then we ran with it harder than salad does. So yeah.
What do you mean, bro? I'm in a marathon and I got the baton. I'm in first place running with this anal smear. I'm here.
Noted.
Here's the deal.
Yes.
And I don't know if you guys have had this thought because, like, I be having like whole conversations with myself sometimes, not like out loud, but you know what I mean.
Okay.
Thinking about this whole FFG and Yaba and some of these other channels and how people respond to them, I am really glad I'm not a part of that sphere, if that makes sense.
100%. I'm not online enough. I'm not online enough to catch up with it, so I don't understand a lot of the drama. But at the same time, I'm like, wow, like my brain just can't. I just can't. I mean, shit. I've already got infected brain parasite that is the Laura Foodie Beauty. That's all my brain can handle right now. Like, you know, I can't do the rest of it. So much.
I'll tell you why I had the thought that I was like really glad about that. It's because you get put at a level of expectation that we aren't at. I can say something and like the next day be like, hey, I was fucking wrong. And people are like, oh, okay. But they're accustomed to me doing that. Because if I'm wrong about something, I'll be like, oh, my bad. I didn't mean that. I was like, here's what I said. And that was fucked up. Thanks for telling me. But people are, if something is said like weeks before, months before, a year before, it comes back up and comes back up and comes back up. And it's like, wow.
Well, it depends on who's saying and who's manipulating what, though. That's the other side of all that, too. Like, there's a level to which the entire deal of, like, what I refer to as the generational warfare that's going on right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That makes no sense to me whatsoever.
It's wild.
And although I'm going out on a bit of a limb here with potential perception of myself for saying this, My thought entirely is as follows. Like the Hillbillies and Yaba, Sam, and the Bodega have both pulled heel turns on the community. I don't see exactly how this is even making sense anymore for everyone to be going after each other. That's what really throws me around the most.
That's what sends me too. Is like, why is everybody going after each other? Is it because she's so bored? Because the community is so boring as shit right now that they got to find something to like. What is happening? Like when I scroll through, sometimes I'm like, I don't give up. Like what the fuck? Like my brain just doesn't comprehend it. It's like, aren't we all here just kind of talking shit and just hanging out and just whatever? Like you know, like. Well, isn't that what we're doing? Because I mean, maybe it's just me just going. I don't think it's that serious of business. You know what I mean? Like it just and
no,
and
that's
I'm
where
very happy.
that's where we get started off. That we all get started off with just hanging out and sharing our opinions and gathering opinions. But a lot of people lose focus, and some people are, for lack of better term, planted to cause the drama, to keep the drama going.
True.
So when you mix all of this together, then you get a combination of the people that are here for the drama. Then they don't give a damn where the drama's coming from, and they'll try to start it with you, me, anybody else that's out there.
Good point.
And they will go to such lengths as to be very creepy and very slimy in their attempts. And then that's a whole nother subject to talk about. So it's all about generating topics to talk about. And
well, but I mean, we've sat here and gone all across the board without video, just basically talking out of our ass the whole time. But I mean, even take like that situation with the live with Curl. I mean, it's kind of falls into that same thing. Because I mean, even we're not in that same realm with these folks that are going back and forth at each other. And it's as crazy as it sounds. I was watching all that and I was like, man, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I want my channel to get any bigger than it is right now. Life is a lot less complicated over here with this little bit of something.
Well, I also think it comes from the fact that we're grounded. There's people that are grounded that are coming from the ground, and then there are people who are up in like a cerebral kind of tornado, like a balloon in a hurricane. Do you know what I mean? Where it's all up in their head. So it just gets spun and spun and spun and spun and spun. But when you're grounded, you can, and you're on the earth, like if you've got boots on the ground kind of deal, then you're just going to be like, hang on, okay, this is fucked. And you're going to kind of keep it a little more real. You know what I mean? It's just going to be a little more real. And sometimes people like, I agree with Hannibal. He makes a great point, is that some people aren't here for the real. They're here for the unreal. And that's what's happening, is that when it cerebrally spins out and like all these stories and stuff getting fucking thrown around, all these fucking lies getting made up and everything just to be able to generate views, to me, that's like that's a compromise that I'm just not willing to make myself personally. Like I'm not going to make that compromise, because I feel like that's going to come back at you at some point, some way. That's just how grounding works. Like, you got to stay boots on the ground. If you get up cerebrally and you start talking about stuff, fine, but you still got to be able to bring it back down. So bringing it back down is accepting that you fucked up or you made mistakes. Like you said, you fucked up. Oh, my bad. I made a mistake, whatever. That's fine. I can own my mistakes too. But when you're kind of spun out of fucking control,
a lot of these individuals can't own up to their mistakes. They don't want to be held at fault for anything. They don't want to be human. They think that they're perfect. And it goes back to, like, basically what I see is, instead of having a community where everybody's able to share their opinion, you can agree, disagree, like this person, not like this person. These people turn it into a competition as to who is better,
right,
and what is the best. And it's not about who's better and what's the best. It's about, what is your opinion about? And if somebody says your opinion is garbage, somebody says you're boring, if somebody says that that you don't have as many views, that that shouldn't cut you. That shouldn't be like, oh, my life is ending and I'm never gonna be.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I want to
It
know
shouldn't
what
be
they're
anything
winning.
like that. That's
Like,
like
what
go the fuck
competition for
off.
what are you winning?
Here's the
You're
thing with
winning
that.
the opinions of people in Girl World, which is a very niche community of individuals that are talking
Mhm.
about 3 to 4 particular fat individuals out here on a somewhat said weight loss journey that is in reverse.
Yeah.
That's it. And so when these people are trying to make themselves feel so much important, they're trying to make themselves feel so much important over, like, let's give it I'll say, and honestly, 50,000 people, 50K. Girl World is no bigger than 50K. And so that's who you're trying to impress out here. This is who you're throwing your business out in the. This is who you're out here trying to drag people in the mud for. This is what we're doing. This is for 50K.
Well, and I'll say
nobody's expecting to be like JoJo Siwa out of.
Oh,
Girl World.
no. And I'll be truthful with you. You've heard me say it. You've heard me say it. I'm like, I will never be a Yaba. I am the Great Value brand. I will never be a FFG. I will never be a Charlie. I will never be a Zach Michael. I don't think I could manage that level of interaction just for the Girl World sphere. And I'm not talking about the greater wide world of YouTube. I'm talking about just Girl World. I don't think I could manage that.
Right. And I don't think that any of us joined Girl World to be that big of a superstar. We joined for our particular reasons. We wanted to share opinions. We had things. Talk shit.
I made a fucking channel because I yap so fucking much. I can't make comments that long. That's why I made a channel. So I can just fucking beak.
She's
like, otherwise I'm typing all fucking day. And that's like, so I just do this. And at the end of the day, it's like, like Hannibal's saying, it's a competition for what though?
It's King of the Hill. It's King of the Hill for clout. If you want to put this to a real simple understanding here, they're playing King of the Hill for clout. And the thing is that, like, when it comes down to how the warfare seems to be going on, it's all basically character assassination attempts, which are very awkward and backhanded. But ultimately speaking here, when it comes to what this is everyone's trying to knock the other person's subs and views over to themselves. So all in all, it's basically King of the Hill for clout. And what makes it really amazing to me is that, like, if this is a matter of we want to find a new crap to go after, how about instead of going after like Yaba and Sam, just find new cows that are actually cows and not people that are like, on an agenda list. Or in Yaba's case, if you want to keep going after Foodie, okay, sure, we've got other people who do that too. But when it comes down to it, go ahead and do that. Just why did you have to bring the bodega in for that? That's that's what makes it insane. But at the same time, you also know that people are willing to go for underhanded crap entirely because of playing King of the Hill for clout. It's a mentality thing, but it's scary.
King of the Hill for clout is a great way of summarizing it, though. It really is.
That's the way to put it.
It is. It's a good way to put it. And I guess it's because I'm fucking so Gen S here. I give a fuck about clout. You know what I mean? Like, I can give a flying hook. And so with videos for me, like are getting less and less only because everybody in the community, like you said, it's like 50,000 people, and it makes sense what Inferno was saying. So then people are then kind of playing for the king of the hill of those 50,000. Do you know what I mean? And to me, it's more like, I just want to say my opinion because I'm a loudmouth fucking jaded old idiot. And so that's really all it is. But so many of you are already saying what I want to say that I don't need to repeat it. That's what my brain says. My brain goes, why repeat it? I'll just share it. That's why my community posts are always just fucking flying with me, sharing videos, because I agree with so many people. So I feel like this community is actually like we really are just people that share a general moral and ethical line on don't be a fucking dick. It's really what it
Yes.
is. You can be a dick, but I mean, I'm a dick. I'm a fucking jerk. Listen to me. But like, but at the, but I have a moral and ethical line when it comes to things like vulnerability, animals, elderly, and children. I will not tolerate any of that. And so the only real reason I even make videos right now is because I'm staying on fucking scatbutt. I could give a fuck about Foodie. Fuck Foodie, right? Inferno, fuck Foodie.
Yep.
It's just the
Fuck
way
Foodie.
it is. And but when her platforming her fucking pet perverts is my problem right now. That's where my moral and ethical line gets pushed. So when it comes to everybody else's particulars, I just don't care. Like I don't care enough to know all the details, because me personally, I'm out doing the things I enjoy in my actual real life.
You know,
But,
I
like,
understand that. I don't care to a certain degree either, but I also understand that I find myself in a position where I can't say that I don't care and not have to explain it out a little bit further. Like,
well, of course, especially the way your community works too, Hannibal. Yours is a lot more diverse than mine. Mine is basically me as a Canadian woman with asthma, born to a teenage mother that's 420 friendly and has asthma. You know what I mean? There's a
And
lot
likes
of
horses.
great direct lines to Foodie. So with me, Foodie, I mean, I used to talk about ALR, but I don't give a fuck about ALR at all right now. Like, I just don't care. And but Foodie is a particular, like I am infected with that lore. It's just there. It's a disease. I have to get an immunization to it, and I have to say something because it's just there. And when the lies and stuff, but you see, you have a lot more diversity in the things that you speak about, Hannibal. So you have a lot more balls in the court. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot more things going on. So of course you're going to have to do that. Me, I just literally cannot take another ball in my court. Like, I can't, because my life itself is tiring, and I come on here and I just act like a fucking jerk because, well, that's what I am. But thank you, crab apples. I'll take it with my food and my water. Thank you very much. But my real issue in the girl world is not that I could give a fuck if any of them are fat. I really could. I don't give a fuck.
Yep.
To me, they're assholes. You're being a dick. The basic life philosophy: don't be a dick. You can be dickish about things because you're passionate about it or whatever. That's fine. But don't be an intentional fucking dick. And that's what my problem is. And that's the only reason that I really exist in girl world at all. Other than the fact that I'm a wordy motherfucker. And I just want, and I don't want to type out 10 paragraphs because people won't read them. So it just makes more sense for me to wrap a bandage around my head and act like a fucking idiot. It just makes more sense.
You have a life to contend with that doesn't allot time for you to sit here and write diatribes. It's just easier to film it and to upload it and keep on about your day. I get it.
Absolutely.
Same.
Yep.
Same. I am very much a connoisseur of the short feature. I'm like, here's what I got to say. Bye, y'all.
Yeah, I like coming from somebody who only does hit pieces. When it comes down to it, like, no, it's really easy to in my head, anytime I'm doing anything, I got two thoughts. One, let's actually make sure we're showing what I'm thinking and based on what we're seeing. And the other part of that is, let's beat the shit out of them too, because I'm here. I might as well have some fun with this. So ultimately for me, no, like, I mean, coming from the angle of like, yeah, there's a matter of which you can take a dickish attitude towards things while still not caring at the same time.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, like there's a level that's called being detached, so you don't become psycho over it. Like that's where you know you're drawing. That's where you know when you're walking away from the computer or YouTube or whatever the fuck's going on with whatever you're up to with this in regard to past just the audience member level, and even with the audience member level. that means you're detaching from this. This is not your life. This is just a form of like entertainment that is interactive.
Yes.
And that's the
Exactly.
thing.
Well said.
That's where I'm at.
And I agree with that. And like you, and then what you said as well is that what we are being shown, like I don't need to know. I like dicks. Is that what we're
Good
being
attitude,
shown
Oranges.
is like, so like if she doesn't, well, you don't know me, well then fucking show you. Do you know what I mean? Like if you want to, you know, like, oh, why don't you show your face? Why don't you show your face? Well, it's because I'm not a fucking vlogger. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, that's not what that's, you know, those kinds of things are just, you know, but like you said, it's what we are shown. And you know, we can have an opinionated, like, I think it's just the way this is just my fucking wiring is just blunt, and it just doesn't give a shit, and so it makes me come off as a dick, and that's okay, because believe me, I get a lot of comments of people that are not happy with the way I say things, but I don't care because it's not my life. And but I do have to say something about people being fucking dinks. And if I get in too far into all of this drama that, like, with everything that's going on within girl world, then it's me having to give a fuck about dicks and having to be a dick about dicks. You see what I mean? Does that make sense?
It gets all cocked up after a while. I hear you.
I think
all the dicks get cocked up.
I think the only reason that I even had that sort of thought process is I was like, oh, is it never gonna end? Because just about every day it's something. And it's like, can we please,
that's what I see too,
call a truce? Can we say, fuck it, I'm over it, whatever? But it's being recycled.
I don't know if that's necessarily possible to call a truce, because, I mean, let me put it to you like this. There's the haters and the anti-haters doesn't apply here anymore. Although I understand that there are channels that are like, have been around long enough to be a part of that. It's a different deal. I basically would put it to a level of, you have 4 factions floating around Goro World in a general sense. There are the OGs who have been around for a while and are still sort of just doing their thing, maintaining their flow, doing whatever for the audience and so on, which, I mean, I can't fault that in any way, because it's just how things roll and how all this got built in the first place. So that's still maintaining itself. Then you have the Mexicans and the hillbillies who are basically running around trying to dismantle whatever they possibly can. And then you have the newer channels, which I would say are anywhere underneath, and mind you, this is like a ballpark here for the idea, but like we're saying somewhere within and around the 2-year area is where you have the newer channels coming in who aren't exactly rolling around or adding to this, unless in which case they already got picked up by Mexicans or hillbillies. So all in all, when it comes down to how this is all seeming to work, there's 4 factions, 2 of which are trying to basically dismantle everything and rebuild it in their own image. And the problem is that, like, from what is being shown, if the problem is that we don't have new blood floating around, great, go find some and try it. Instead, no, it's let's rip everything else apart and turn it to war world.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, I can understand there's a level of things being around too long where it potentially implodes or self-destructs or whatever, but that doesn't have to be in this case. And I mean, not necessarily to up Hannibal here, but Hannibal's got a very great idea with bringing in new shit that would be Girl World compliant. That's one of the reasons why it's really fun to hang out and go in there, is simply, at least for me personally, and this is just taking like all like mod titles, whatever, off, just entirely off. Is basically when it comes down to like having channels that are willing to have a different level of showing different parts of the kaleidoscope and what else could potentially refract and go through here. We've got a smorgasbord of crap that we can go in on and run with. We just have a lot of the population that are already so tunnel visioned on foodie that it's tough for anything else to be seen in the first place anyway.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, to a certain extent, everything in here, I would say to a degree, is reliant on an audience. However, the thing is we already have proofs that our audience will be more interested potentially in looking at something new, as opposed to being embroiled in like an ego conflict based on like who wants to knock the other person out for whatever reason they have going on in their head along with their group.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work. I mean, we have more than, like, for example, we've got more of our channels that are floating around in Girl World and or Girl World adjacent, but go back and forth over the line, that are willing to use this as a war zone is really, really, really telling. Because this could be a whole ton more than just fuck it, ego war. It could be way more, and it's not. And that's not putting everything into a level of here, let's go off to war about this isn't going to fix that. It's just going to have people accustomed to being in a hell zone. And that's it.
And to me, it seems like the girl verse as a whole has kind of lost its way.
Some places, yeah.
Agreed. In a lot of it's a bit of a dumpster fire in a lot of places for sure. It definitely dumpster fired. And I think a lot of it is because like you were saying, we're all kind of looking for something new, because the repetitive bullshit is become such repetitive bullshit that in order to kind of try to find something to talk about, it might as well talk about what's adjacent or whatever, like you were saying, like you got to kind of create. That's what I mean by that cerebral balloon in a hurricane kind of thing. It just becomes a bit too much for me personally. And that's why I end up a lot of the time. I mean, a good majority of the time when I'm listening or whatever, like I'll say in chats, like I'm here and I'm like, especially if I'm modding, like if I'm modding for Hannibal's, like I'm here, but I'm like legitimately like filling a water tub, like, listening
that's
to,
fine. That's fine.
doing
like,
stuff.
This
And
is
so
made
like,
so you can hang out and listen to this. Like that's the real.
yeah, exactly. And so it's just like,
it's made to listen to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And so, and that's the stuff that I like to do a lot of the time too. And I think a lot of people do that. And then, but when it becomes the drama, it's like you got to kind of search it and find it. And like, cause like it's like with foodie, like with those of us that have been watching for a long, long time, most of the stuff that we remember is legitimately deleted and you cannot find it. Like, so we are kind of talking with one another going, we're not nuts, right? Like we saw that. Like, and I think that's what a lot of it is. But like when it gets to finding somebody new, I'm constantly searching for new stuff to watch because foodie drives me insane. Like she really does. Like I'm trying to do this for fun and ass around and be a dink, but like a different version of one, right? And then when I do things like go to Hannibal's chat, it's like they said there in the when you put up the comment, it's like he's like the 60 minutes of girl world. It's like like if you want to know kind of what's happening in all of it, that's the place to go. And yeah, exactly. Like Blondie said, is like. And Blondie's so awesome, right? And as the there's such a I just like the people in the community. Like I like all you guys. You know what I mean? It's like and so I want to be. I like talking to you guys. I like interacting with your channels and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, like when Foodie, whatever happens when she collects her Darwin Award, is we will end up just moving on to something else. And I kind of hope that we can do that before the Darwin Award gets collected. Do you know what I mean? Like, and then just wait it out and just find out what the result is, like without having to actually follow it. And but I think it makes it harder because like Inferno was saying, people are always doing this kind of battle for clout. So when you're looking for somebody new to watch, are they genuine? Like, are they genuinely not just there for doing their own clout thing? You know what I mean? Whereas Foodie was genuinely a fucking jerk. Like, she genuinely is a fucking jerk.
Like, I hate to say this, but you have to check your channel backgrounds. And that's really about looking at past stuff that they put out. Like, let me put it to you like this. Yo Mama was completely avoidable if anyone decided to look over his past shit heavily. Like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like Heather Colonna got that treatment and she was in and out real fast. She took less than 3 days to be chopped up and be like, no, too fucked up.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
I mean, that's the thing. So like, I mean, there's ways to look into this stuff. And it really is mostly about paying attention and willingness to look in. And don't get me wrong. Like I get that a lot of this revolves around the whole deal of up to the minute live streams and following that. And that takes its own deal out of you. That's a different means of following. But when you switch it over, there's a whole deal of, they've got how many years of backlogs?
Yeah.
That should be looked over just as much that should at least be scrutinized just as much as what's coming out right now too. And a lot of times it's not.
Yeah. Well, you saying that brings it up. I mean, that applies to not just the content channels, the channels that we're looking at to discuss, but it probably falls in place for the channels reacting to the same stuff. I actually had somebody pointed out to me that there was a channel that popped up that they jumped from topic to topic to topic to topic until they got here. And now all their content is just Grow World content. It's like they were circling around trying to find somewhere to plug in.
Well,
I feel like that's what Yo Mama is. And to be honest, I forget he fucking exists until somebody says his name. Like, I legit forget that Yo Mama exists. Like,
try editing
it's
his
like
videos,
Pete's.
you never forget
I
that
forget
shit.
Pete's is even still around. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I completely forget about him.
I am glad to forget that pizza's still around.
Yeah.
I'm always forget about Yo Mama. I remember when I was doing a Flirp once and somebody came in and goes, Yo Mama's got you on blast or whatever. And I'm like,
who cares?
What?
And
I don't fucking care. So, but what? So some fucking greenhorn that doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about is having a problem? Oh, booty fucking who?
Well, he's
like,
not so much of a greenhorn, but you're entirely right about what he doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, no, he's been trying to bust in on the internet, or like trying to like with all.
Oh, I mean, like Girl World greenhorn, like foodie greenhorn. Yeah,
I know,
like
but
I mean,
he's been around. That's the thing, though. Like, not necessarily in Grow World, but he's been on all this long enough that he should have a much more functional handling for all this. But you know, whatever he's paid to say, and lying about to push an agenda for, hey, cool, that's Yo Mama. So
yeah, and like but when I remember somebody, I think it was Cam that was like, somebody was like he's talking. I know, maybe it wasn't Cam. Somebody was talking about it, and I was like, oh no. Like, oh no, I don't agree with everybody in Girl World. Whatever shall I do? Like, so what? You know, like it's like people are saying in the chat. It's like, just here to kind of talk shit with people that understand it, because in my real life, there's not a single fucking human being that I can talk to about the foodie lore, that I can talk to about Girl World. It exists online. And everybody that I talk to, this community exists online. Like, does anybody have a foodie club in their town? No. Like, this is it. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, it's like every Wednesday we meet at Tim Hortons and talk about what an asshole foodie is. Like, that's not what happens, right? So but here it can. And because everybody's in different parts of the world, you're always there's always somebody, like, if you can't sleep or if you've got this time or whatever. So like, that's what this community is to me. And it's people that share, like I said, a common decency about not taking advantage of vulnerability. That's my biggest deal. And that's why with Scatbot, and the thing is that Scatbot is way easier to scare than the fucking gingivitis donkey was. Like, I talked shit on that fucking gingivitis donkey for a long time when he would talk about being a man and all that kind of shit. And I had to talk to him, and then he told me I look like a man. And I said, well, one day if you work hard enough, sweetie pie, you'll fucking look like one too. And I fucking did the whole thing. And like, that kind of stuff is like, he was a little harder to fucking rattle. But oh my God, it did not take much for fucking Scatbot to pull up his petticoats and fuck off, did it? Like, it's because we see him, and we've seen him since he first arrived. Like,
can we get another short dick man on Scatbot there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Teeny weeny, shriveled little short man.
Boy.
Who wants to come on here and say he's such a big man?
How hypocrisy you are!
Oh, that parrot.
I haven't used that one in a little bit.
That's a nightmare bird. Like,
the fucking circle around the fucking jogging pants, man.
Believe it or not, that was not me. I took that from Twitter and just pasted it. Somebody else
right.
circled it.
I didn't have.
Oh, jeez. All I think about is the dude where he's shaved and looks like a dog going to surgery. Like that's what the part I think about, because like with the ingrown pubes, it's like, dude, December 28th, we saw your ingrown pubes, you dipstick. Like, what is, like, seriously? Like, and you're like, we're the ones that are the problem here. Like, do you not see what we see? It's
Right.
because, like Inferno said, what we are presented.
Correct.
Well,
that's everything.
Scat has not presented anything since.
No.
Right? He just cruises back in like everything's cool.
Well, he did the whole deal of wait 2 weeks. He did the whole deal of wait 2 weeks. Hopefully, other drama will cover over that. Like that's another standard. That's another standard.
There's a problem with the coasting back in and acting like nothing ever happened.
How hypocrisy you are.
That's all it is. That's all it is.
Nightmare
It's
Bird
kind
comes
of
back.
foodie style, though. Create drama, be a fucking jerk off, and then be a different jerk off next week, so that you forget about the jerk off she was last week. And
She's not
like
the only one doing it, though.
Exactly. And the whole of the girl world is kind of doing that now. And like you said, they're like trying to out jackass one another for clout. And my brain just does not function like that. Like I can't even, like, even if I try to think about it too long, like, because my brain does wander off. I mean, when you shovel as much shit as I do every day, your brain, you're just doing the same repetitive shit. So it's like you're doing the same repetitive stuff, and so your brain kind of goes off. So I think like the same thing that Granny Noodles. Oh my god!
Fuck it. This is why I love noodles.
That's why I love Girl World too.
But like, no, the one thing is that, like, here's the thing, and I said this in a couple videos, is that one of the things that you're going to want to look for to see if like you're dealing with a narc mentality is someone who values clout. And even if they don't say like, yo, I'm looking to get clout, like clout's a fucked up, like, I hate to put it like this, but it's basically a bastardized by rap version of renown.
Yeah.
Now, the things you're supposed to be known for are shit that are seen over time, said over time, that kind of crap. When it comes to the whole deal of the concept of clout, that's, yo, people could back up my ego. That's a completely different thing in my head. And not only that, but if you want to basically like trail people who are going to have like narcissistic shit going on, they're the ones who are going to do shit that'll insinuate they care about clout, or they're going to bring clout up left and right and try to push it on somebody else as though they're looking for it. Those are the two things you're going to see the most.
That happens.
If you got clout mind, if you have a very noticeable, apparent clout mind, congratulations, you're running an ego show. I hate to put it like that, but 90% of the time that's true.
I have the same thought process too, that like when people come on and question something, that they rebuff whoever it is. It's like, are you fucking crazy? Get out of here. And that's the kind of response that's issued out. And it's like, well, why not just answer it without going on the defensive? Just answer it.
Please.
And, so, I mean, I guess maybe I think I'm just not built for it. And maybe that's why I don't understand it.
Oh, it's your mind. Your mindset isn't there. Not everyone's mindset has to be there, because as you even like, all of us have a deal of basically, to some extent, and mind you, I'm making this just an easy across the line statement. Everyone wants to come on, dick around, and have fun with this because we're interacting with it ourselves, and this is a medium where we can actually interact back and forth with other people if we so choose. Yeah, and that's really what it is a lot of the time for a lot of people, or I would say the majority of people, because we got more audience members than we got channels. So like that's the majority of people here are what they're pretty much doing. There are other people who look at this as more than that. And to be honest with you, okay, if in which case it somehow becomes more than that to you in some way that's legitimate, great. But if it's more than that, you really got to question somebody like behind the screen or what they're putting out across the screen in some way, shape, or form. Because I hate to break this to everybody, but like all this is, if you want to put it easily, it's either I hit a live button or I uploaded a video and posted it. And after that, it's everything else is pretty much a deal of you got plot points and then the rest of it's kind of winging it. So all in all here, like there's an outline of a script. There's an idea of what's going on based on what's going on recently. In a lot of cases, not necessarily all of them. And it's all there for us to interact with, have fun with, have commentary with, maybe even, self-analyze with, analyze others with. This is like brain exercises on a reality. This is like brain exercise reality channel stage.
It's like brainstorming, because you've got so many different variables and point of view that there's always going to be something that somebody else is not seeing that somebody's missed.
Correct. And you got to expect that, because we're all at our own individual angles being here in the first place. So so there is no reason in my head to run any kind of cloud show, simply because you know what, you're going to get renown one way if you're maintaining a consistency of form. It'll just come to you how it comes to you. That's it. You don't have to give a shit. The people who do, on the other hand, you see, because they're going for the lightning strikes, lightning attacks, I've got irrefutable whatever, and you're going down for it. It's like everyone's going for a one-shot kill, or not everybody, but enough people are going to a one-shot kill that there are newer people who are in amongst the world here who think that this is just how it works all the time. It wasn't always like this.
No.
And it's like, and I also I really, there's everybody came into Girl World at a different time. Everybody comes in with a different, so there's some people that just got into Girl World in Kuwait, never even knew about BB or the Stark-legged shit pump or any of that. They don't know who the linebacker appliance doormat is. They, all of those kinds of things. But the thing I like the most is that everybody is so different. There's so many different personalities here that everybody has such a neat thing to offer anyway, and it doesn't have to be just on that. It's they were saying I was a good thing down, Dick. There's so many interesting people here anyway, so that when the conversations do kind of branch off and go to different places, Jason Statham or that kind of stuff, it just means that we're just people fucking talking shit anyways. This isn't serious business. So when it gets to serious business, it's like, what? And that's what I think, that people are using this as a main source of income then, when it gets to that serious business, and
I don't think it's ever going to get there for me, ever. I don't think I could honestly live and breathe this 24 hours a day, because it is so fucking toxic.
Yeah, you know what? That's fair. And not only that, that's your detach. That's how you're maintaining your sanity personally and in amongst this. So congratulations, you're doing this in a healthy way. I mean, that's really the best I can tell you off that.
I know. But looking at people that are living and breathing it, that they're logging off and then they're still living it. Yeah. I don't understand how they are.
That's something I can't do.
Oh, that's gang. That's what you call it. Depends on if you're in a group or not. Depends on if you're revolving around a group.
I couldn't do that.
Goose, I mean, I don't. It's one thing. I'll turn this off and I'll watch other people, because again, it's an insight thing. Erie's going to have something different to say than me, and you're going to have something different to say than Inferno. So you're getting it. You're just not getting it all in one place like we're doing right now. Mm-hmm. But the people I'm talking about, those people that they're perpetually. I mean, I like Yaba. Yaba's entertaining. I do like listening to her because she makes me laugh. But the fact that she turns this off at the end of the night, she's still watching it. She's doing merch. She's doing mail outs. She's doing all that stuff. I don't know how it is that she's not ready to pull her hair out. It is a fucking lot.
If the merch comes easy to you to put shit together, say in Photoshop, go with it and roll with it. I mean, I've got crap I'm fucking around with in Photoshop, so I can't really say that's either good or bad. It's just if you feel like doing it, sure, okay. I mean, that's a level to which I could say there's neutrality to the merch, as long as it's not necessarily using as long as you're not necessarily using shit you shouldn't be in order to present said merch. Like, for example, someone has a right to control their own image, at least physically speaking. Okay, I don't see a problem with that. That's why I made Jovi Jackass caricatures instead. So, I mean, all in all here, there's ways around that too.
I just don't.
It's just about thinking it.
I mean, I'm not saying like anything negative about it. I mean, that's her deal. Her and Sam are
I
kind of
think
like,
you mean like the actual effort of having to do it.
yeah,
Like the
Yeah, and they,
actual
yeah,
the actual physical effort of having to stamp things and do things and go to the post office or get FedEx
yeah.
or those kinds of things. That's the kind of stuff that my brain I mean lately I don't even have the like most of the time when I'm watching Girl World, a lot of the time I've been observing more than
yeah,
even interacting because I'm not sure how long I'm going to be able to be on or if I'm going to be able to do whatever, or sometimes I'm just so physically exhausted that
right,
Yeah.
I just fall asleep listening to people talk because I understand what people are talking about.
yeah,
It's like if I go and watch something else, like because I go through some live streams and listen to some other people, and I'll listen and go, "Oh, that's interesting conversation," but I don't really know into girl world and people. I see dick a lot, but
Shit happens.
that should be your hoodie. I say dick a
it's
lot.
I just like everybody. I just like the people in here because most people are pretty lighthearted. There's a lot
Yeah,
of
No,
funny people in this
I
in girl world, and
yeah,
that's
there's a lot of
enjoying.
good heads. There's a lot of good heads and a lot of good minds that run around through the audience, or at least with the channels I seem to hang out in. There's a lot of good heads and a lot of good minds. And like, I mean, I even have channels that I intentionally watch because they're looking at the exact opposite of shit that I am while I'm watching what they're presenting. Like, for example, Pulpy. Pulpy's pretty much the exact opposite of the line of sight that I would have while watching any of this. And I understand what he's saying. It totally makes sense. It's a lot of fun. I love me some Pulpy. Don't get me wrong, but it's literally the exact opposite of
he
what I'm
is so
seeing when
cute.
I'm watching it. I guess.
I mean, he's like, I mean,
So
cute,
yeah,
cute all the way around.
so
Like
nice.
he's so incredibly nice, and he's this the person. He's got that bubbly personality, and
Like Sansa. Yeah.
the beard is
Yes.
majestic, and all that stuff.
Or
He's
Milk Tea. She's got the same. She's got a decent personality for the fact that she's basically making vids for her stuff, but she's got a really good flow when it comes down to her deal.
yeah,
It's like I don't think Girl World would know half this shit about like the ins and outs of like the living there and whatever and so on without Milk Tea. So
right. Well, between her and Sansa, and then I think that's about it.
they're the hardcore. They're the hardcore to the fact
They're the
finders when we have.
yeah, they're the serious. I'm noticing like you've got your
Oh, Vibes has the medical shit going on during the day too. I got to up Vibes because I've watched her stuff, and she usually has some kind of medical whatever in regard to what
I
she's
don't
got
think
going on.
I don't think I've seen any of her stuff. I'm gonna have to look her up.
Check out check out Life and Vibes. She's usually, for what I can tell, she usually does most of her streams daytime wise, or at least has been for the time being. But you can back watch. It's good shit.
Well, I mean, she's for the most part the ones of hers that I have watched. She says pretty much. She's basically kind of. I'm sitting there listening to her, going, "That's pretty much all the same stuff." I said, "Be like, okay."
She's daytime you.
She's not. I don't think she's as rowdy as me.
No. But she's daytime you. That's why I'm saying, because nighttime you got that like extra deal because it's nighttime and God's asleep. You can sin now. That kind of shit. Yeah. Like,
she's. I'll tell you what it is about her that I'm just like. There's no. She's not as rowdy as me. I think there's something about the accent.
I love the accent.
That, I mean, I could not imagine her coming on here and saying "fuck."
I'll get it out. No, I'll get it out of her. I'll get it out of her. I'll do it. I'll figure out a way.
Could not imagine it. Couldn't imagine it. And I guess, there's a differential in place, like in the environments that she's worked in versus the environments that I've worked in. A lot of the places that I've been in, it is just like flat out dealing with pure D fuckery. And it's just, I mean, you have to have a hard edge to you. If you don't, you get swallowed. You get swallowed up by the patients. And yeah, she knows. She knows. And that is very much a part of how I talk and how I address things and how I lay things out. I lay them out as plainly as if I were talking to a prisoner with a 4th grade education. I'm going to lay it out there like that because that's just how it's always been. Goose is having problems with their audio.
Oh, bloody hell, Goose.
But I guess maybe, and more power to Life and Vibe. I mean, I understand a lot of people really want that really polished, refined, very wordy, very decimally medical pronunciation and all that stuff. And I do that.
I like it too. I like it too. So I can't shoot it down. So.
But, you know, I mean, I'm not going to come on here and start spouting big terms because a lot of people out here don't have that knowledge base. So I'm trying to meet people on a more understandable and more generalized populative type of level, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for me, on the other hand, like I mean, my deal aside from like, yo, let's cut this up how I'm seeing it is also I'm playing with your suspension of disbelief. Yeah. All my basic line of humor is basically playing with suspension of disbelief. I am basically making sure that you're taking your mind out of some place that it normally would be for the whole deal of this equals that, either or, that kind of shit. Because my headspace is always if then, always if then.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, like I mean, for me, like that's one thing that's been really interesting about being all this is the fact that like I was initially kind of surprised to see that there was like a lot of people who are fine with like the whole suspension of disbelief being thrown around too. And I mean, mind you, I usually do that as a attention killer or like, okay, cool, I can't not see this. I have to throw this in there and comment, like that kind of shit. But even still, like that's also what tells me that our audience has a decent level of mind because they're taking things outside of the back and forth.
I'm not trying to say that the people out here are watching lack intellect. That's not what I'm saying.
I'm not saying that either. I'm saying I've had my own show of proving this. I mean, totally do.
So. If I came on here and used a term like hypercholesteremia, yeah, that's ultimately high cholesterol, you know, and I did a video at one point talking about that where I broke it down. It's like, okay, you have all these different types of cholesterol in your bloodstream. You have an HDL, you have an LDL, you have a VLDL. This is why this is bad because your bloodstream is like an interstate. And what happens when you've got more pintos than you've got buses? That increases your likelihood of a collision, which means you're going to have a multi-car pileup. And breaking it down, and I had a bunch of people actually comment on that video. They were like, that was a really great analogy. They're like, I never would have thought of it that way. That now, whenever I see this, I'm going to have that image in my head. So, and I've always worked with patients that way too, because a lot of times if you can equate it to something, it makes it easier to understand and it makes it easier to retain versus me hollering hypercholesteremia. Well,
yeah, because all I know is something to do with cholesterol and it seems fast. That's the only thing I can tell you from hearing it off the top.
Yeah. Look.
Okay. Is that something I should blame the school system on? Like,
she said existed.
Yeah.
See, it's just, I don't know. There's something for everybody. I mean, ideally.
Oh yeah.
And
it's cool that we have a good enough flow of it around too. Like, I like the fact that we have medical diversity on here because everyone's gonna pick somebody based on the fact that we want to learn about this too.
Yeah, so, and you know, and I'm not. I mean, ideally, I'm not a public speaker. I am not.
Kind of.
No, not really, because I'll have people ask me questions, and then I'm like, ooh. Hang on a minute. I need to think about it. And then I start to say something. And then I'm like, did I explain that the right way? And then I feel the need to look it up to make sure I explained it the right way. And it's just because, I mean, if I'm having a conversation, it's one thing, but everybody's having problems tonight. Look at that. Blew a fuse. Phone battery died. The damn gremlins is got it tonight. It's getting everybody.
All right, let's see if I catch fire for no explainable reason while on stream.
No. We're not claiming that.
You don't have to. You don't have to. I did. I'm the one who caught fire. That's my claim. See?
Nope. We're not having it.
Okay, fine.
You too far away from try to help you. Nope.
I've got water nearby. We're good.
Okay. Well.
Okay. Yeah.
But I think And maybe I don't know. I mean, maybe that's part of the reason why, like, majority of the stuff that I do put up has absolutely nothing to do with Girl World, because it's
Okay.
stuff it's like, okay, here's what I'm doing. Here's what
You
I did
also
here.
want to do that too. Keeping this in mind, this is something you also want to add as part of your particular show in regard to things. So I get that. And as far as I'm concerned, that shouldn't necessarily be out of the way or anything that's necessarily should be used against you, so to speak, because sometimes that does get used against people.
Well, they're talking about what the stuff that I do when I'm not talking about.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Well, first off, I mean, it isn't like my life is overly controversial. I mean, I'm mostly just doing stuff at home and going places and seeing stuff and doing stuff. And it's not really, I don't really see, my life is pretty fucking boring. I would love to see somebody try to turn that into something controversial. You know?
See, here's the thing. Like, my life is relatively boring too, but I've already been accused of vampirism and hate crimes. So when it comes down to it, you got to step it up, girl.
Oh, well, yeah, based on that standard, I've been.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I got vampirism and hate crimes, which that's very time consuming too, mind you. So, I mean, I can only go out at night. I mean, that's the first pain in the ass for all that. I don't even get to like do a whole shitload of speed and do it like across a week. I have like constraints due to the vampirism. So, I mean, just, yeah.
See, that was, and I started to say it, but, she's like vampirism.
Oh, apparently, Yo Mama and Yo Monty both want to go at me for skin tone, which is really questionable. But either way, yeah, apparently I'm a vampire because of that. Although, like, I've never ever heard that before. And not only that, the other thing too, which I'm really kind of annoyed with, is all right, I work this hard on a moon tan, and then you're gonna go to vampiring me, right? Like, what the fuck's that shit? What the fuck's that shit?
I'm sorry, but I just can't with that. I mean, it's called being pale.
Not only that, but I burn before I tan, so I will be tan at some point this summer. But like, another thing I got to point out too, we've had like rain for like most days out of the last like 2 weeks that have been here. Like, I mean, I'm in the PNW, so it's going to be rainier than not, and it's basically been converting over to like spring a little awkwardly. Or converting out from spring a little awkwardly. So it's been a little bit rainier over the last few weeks. So like, if I'm going out to do whatever anyway, I'm not going to be getting too much crazy sunlight from that, or am I? Because it's raining. So like, I mean, just wow. But yeah, either way, I drink blood of human beings. So yes, that's what matters. I drink blood. I mean, Yes. Not only am I apparently, when it comes down to it, I'm clearly a Nazi German vampire. And yeah, like as I'm going out and getting blood, I'm doing things like burning down ethnic neighborhoods. So, it's yeah, I mean, that's also why it takes a while for me to do videos. Between all the blood and hate crimes, just I have to squeeze in time for the video creation itself.
Good Lord.
Yeah. Exactly. But I mean, here's the thing. I could either go into a church and get set on fire, or I could get it before it gets me. You know what I mean? So oranges, fair, I guess. Sure. If you're alive and you bleed, I can do that. So that works. You know what? Here's the thing. People don't understand that vampires have a different sociopathic level that they exist on. As being the first keepers, of the first gates to hell on earth, mind you. Like that takes a lot out of you. It's a lot different. You have different priorities. It's just, I don't expect everyone, not everyone has quote unquote this job. So, it's different. The work environment's different. The ethics are different. That's all it really is. I'm not the one judging me here. You are. Just remember that. Okay.
I'm sorry. I had to leave this. That means
yeah, that's true.
Your sparkles rub off.
No, like I'm actually, here's the thing. I'm from an openly heterosexual vampire world, so that's why I don't sparkle in the sunlight.
I can't
That's
with
why.
you. I can't with you. You wrong. That's funny.
I'm horrible, but I'm horrible, but I have a good time, and that's what matters.
You know, and that okay. And I mean, that's part of I think why it is that I keep saying like I will never truly be a part of the girlverse thing. I mean, I just want to come on here and have fun.
Mm-hmm. Same.
You know, I just want to post stuff when I feel like posting stuff. Have people be like, "Hey, that's cool," you know. And I get a lot of those comments whenever I post stuff. People are just like, "Oh man, they're like about time. We was wondering what happened to you," you know. And just be able to have people go, you know.
The only thing I could tell you is don't work on a video series at the same time because it takes fucking forever.
Bro,
I'm doing that right now. It takes forever. And not only that, but like, dude, things like not adding up, like looking worse over time, so to speak, totally going to be getting dropped in there simply because it's been taking forever. So like, it's one of those deals. Just make sure whatever you're putting out is something that you can make sense to you and you can keep up consistently, or it's just going to feel like forever.
Well, usually like whatever it is, like I'm recording as I'm going. I edit, I splice, I upload. Because if I tried to do a series, it would be almost impossible because
this is the skin of a racist vampire.
Hey, she got me with this one though.
Yeah, no, I agree with that one. That one was the best. Here's what's really entertaining. Like, I'm actually wearing crosses like right now. I only wear like here's the deal. I only wear fuck. Did my camera just go?
It locked up for a minute. You freaked it out.
Yeah, I did. Here's the deal. I wear crosses all the time. It's just I always wear equilateral crosses, like the 4-corner ones, like Maltese ones or iron crosses, shit like that, because I am very much about like the whole deal with what Christ got crucified on is a Roman death tool. When it comes down to the whole deal of an actual cross, it's also elementally earth, air, fire, water, spirit for the center point. So when it comes down to it on my end, it's literally like, okay, God is above all of this, hence why this is here. So it's sort of like your point in amongst everything and amongst the all. So like, I don't want to wear the death. I do not want to wear the death torture version of it. Because like quite literally, that's how you also know that Rome did the job, because that's how they killed non-Roman citizens. No, if you're a citizen, you got beheaded. That was the difference.
Well,
you got beheaded if you were a citizen.
They love to use them crosses on people, though. Apparently,
oh yeah,
people up there for everything.
It's a fun time, but nonetheless, but all in all, like
it's sadistic fuckers.
Oh yeah, but either way, when it comes to like, I mean, I'm wearing crosses at all times. Technically speaking, I've already passed the vampirism thing, and even though I do live most of my day at night, I'll be the first one to be open about that one. Like, I'm nocturnal when it comes down to how like life and whatever works. I'm also a hardcore right-hand path practitioner. There's a lot of shit I couldn't do if I were actually a vampire because I'd be missing a soul. So like, I
mean, there's not. I don't even know why people would say such a thing. There's like,
it's silliness, but it's funny too. Like, I could totally have fun with
foolishness. There was a dude, I can't think of his name. I could see his face clear as day. He was no.
Okay.
He was on some TV show. He's a nice looking man. He just kind of scary looking. Lord, I wish I could think of it.
Oh, Krusty, be ready. When I shave my hair down off the top a bit more because it's starting to get like too warm, you'll have a whole new array of stuff to make fun of me for Nazi vampirism with.
He was on a show. Hang on. He was on a talk show. Hang on a minute. Let me find a dude. The dude was on Tyra Banks. What's the guy's name? Hang on.
Oh, I wouldn't know this. I never really watched Tyra.
Well, I found it by accident. Hang on.
Okay. Yeah, because my talk show background is like Springer, Maury, very emphatically Maury too, some Steve, like before that it was Geraldo and Sally Jesse Raphael pretty heavily.
He's been on a couple of different shows. Hang on. I mean, he's a pretty guy. He's got the pretty long hair and he's got the pretty cheekbones and all that stuff. It's just like, okay. Well, I was like, wow. She actually had him blindfold himself and smell things because he was like, yeah, my sense of smells far beyond humans and this and that and da 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 da. Whatever. And hang on.
It's Tommy Weiss. Wait, that's Tommy Wiseau.
This guy. But that thing on Tyra Banks, that was 14 years ago.
Amen, Krusty.
I mean, he doesn't seem to have aged really at all. You know?
He looks like an earlier version of Pete Burns, like in between surgeries. Yeah, honestly, if he didn't get the cheek and chin work done the way he did, I think he might be pulling it off a better natural look. I think he'd still pull it off, but it would have been a better natural look.
I don't see how anybody would be able to actually take that sort of deal seriously, you know?
Some people do, but I mean, like, here's the thing. The people who are trying to float around as vampires, like, leveled itself out somewhere towards the end of the 2K decade. You didn't really hear much about that. Like, from 95 through, I want to say, 2002, you would have ended up hearing stuff to do with, oh, I'm a vampire, blah, 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 this other shit, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
By the end of the 2K decade, you weren't really seeing, like, any kind of, like, real connection to that anymore. And I think it's also in part because people stopped putting out vampire movies. I know, I hate to say it, but there's a level to which you see the kick up going when you start seeing vampire movies starting to float around. So, yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I wouldn't trust that either. This is also the Tyra Banks show, so it's probably not going to be the same, but
no, it was like chocolate and a steak and oranges and just random foods.
Well, I could tell the difference between steak and orange is fine. Chocolate, you never really know sometimes, especially if it's been flavored.
I think there was other stuff. There was quite a few. There was probably 7 or 8 of them, different things. And it was like,
okay.
But I mean, they weren't like holding it up to his face. It was sitting on a table and they were just taking the cover off of it. And then they would put the cover back on it and then they talk for a minute and then they take the cover off the next one. And even though it's like 3 feet from his face, he was able to smell it, which to me was really weird. Real quick.
Well, if he was blindfold, he's going to have his senses kick up a little bit.
True. Take a look at this pool, this chlorine floaty for my pool.
I hope to God it's vampiric.
No.
Okay. What up, Ducky?
And you put the chlorine tabs in the bottom, and it floats around on the top of the pool, letting chlorine out.
The best thing is that you could actually hide a depth charge in the duck. This is I'm keeping Mormons out of your pool. I'm doing you a service here.
Well, we've already established I don't really have a problem with I don't have a Mormon infestation.
No, you don't. Not yet. And that's why you need to get a severely automated defense death system for your entire house.
The closest that I have gotten is a solar panel salesman infestation, which I took care of, but you know.
With murder?
No.
Oh, all right.
With a no trespassing and no soliciting sign, and that's all it took.
They had all that good blood and you didn't care. Like, that's all I'm hearing.
Yeah, but I've spent enough time working in lockup to know that life ain't for me.
All right. I mean, I have the bias if I can outlive it, but I hear you.
Oh my goodness. Dude, we have been at this almost 5 hours.
Yeah, if we do another 5, we can beat Now's last stream. So let's do
that. But I have stuff to do, dude.
Nell does too. She does it all on stream. It's usually drinking.
Yeah, but I don't drink, so that's not what I mean. Like I've got a meal prep and I've got to fold laundry and
you know what? They could, and that's why you need to make your yard an all-out death trap. I could totally give you notes and hints on how to do this. I promise.
Hit him up. He can give you all the info you need. He was talking to me about land mining my Christmas lights.
It was the best idea possible, and it would keep those pesky carolers away. Because who needs songs about Jesus at Christmas? Come on, really, really?
You're not right.
No, I'm not. But I'm a vampire. That's why. So.
But you're entertaining, so you know it's forgivable.
I have fun with this. That's what matters.
Dude, you know, the whole monkey conversation.
I still remember, like I've been laughing about that on and off since.
Dude, somebody in the comments was like, "That's not cool. That kind of makes me sad." And I was like, "We're just joking. We're just joking."
You should have been able to tell because of how outlandish it went.
Yeah, no,
like, that's the thing.
And I said that I was like, you know, we were just joking. I was like, we're just trying to make her laugh. I said, because she's aggravated. And they're like, no, I understand. I was like, but just the idea of it.
Oh no, that particular commenter has been trying to do that to me on any time I show up on a panel any place lately. So just keep that one in mind too.
I was just like, okay.
Yeah.
But actually, and I talked to her earlier today, and I said, just think. I said, you're getting a break from the monkeys. And she was like, those little bastards are probably shitting all over my house.
Yeah, probably.
I said, at least you're not in a predicament. I said, maybe, just maybe, they'll look in the window and be like, oh, that woman's not there. We can't piss her off today. Let's go somewhere else.
or they're going to look in and say, this is ours. There's going to be like a super monkey fight when she gets back. It's one of the two.
She says, do I need to strap my claymores to a Roomba?
Here's what you want to do with a Roomba. The first thing you want to do is make sure it gives off sarin gas. And then after that has an automatic explode deal going on to it. That's going to take up maybe about a 1/4 mile radius just to make sure you've killed everything properly.
Holy crow. You know way too much about this stuff.
I don't know what you're talking about. So, no
all right.
clue.
I hate to do it, but I wasn't playing. I do got to go. It's starting to get.
Do your thing. Do your thing.
So I got to kick off of here. I've tagged everybody that was.
Do me a favor and check. Do me a favor and check your messages after you get off of here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Why?
Update on something we've both been watching on that we don't exactly discuss too often.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but deadly gas that makes you liquefy your insides and then vomit it? No. Okay, because people have laws against that for whatever reason. They need to have those laws. You want that shit.
All right. Inferno, thank you for coming on.
Always.
It was a good time as always.
I have fun on here. You rock.
I try.
You do. Don't give me this try shit. You just do.
That's just because you get me.
Yeah, I have fun. So
Yeah.
Libra rising, Libra moon, it helps.
Yeah. And thank everybody. I thank you to Goose Chuck, to Hannibal, to Skinny. Did I miss anybody?
Everyone in the audience, thank you for showing up.
Well, I was going to go there too. That was next. That was next. I was trying to make sure I didn't leave anybody off that came on here.
No, that was everybody.
Okay, cool. And thank you guys to all of you out there watching. If you have ridden this far, I don't know. Pick an emoji.
The fire emoji.
Yeah. Well, if we're talking, we're asking Inferno if you need to leave a bomb emoji if you've made it this far. That's more his speed.
No, I haven't. Not until later in the evening. Actually, it's after 11. So yeah, I probably will after we all get off of here. But yeah, that's not a daytime thing for me. It's an evening thing.
Yep. So if you made it this far, you wrote out this stream, listen to all of the insanity, leave me a bomb emoji in the comments section. Please feel free to leave me a like and a subscribe if you are new here and just popping through. We appreciate having you. It's always a blast. Thank you guys so much. Take care of yourself. Have a wonderful weekend. Remember, hydrate, 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 because you are basically just a houseplant with more complex emotions.
Yep.
Bye, everybody. Night.